Okay, hi everybody, and welcome to our 35th program here. The last one was a long one. We'll see about this. And we're on page 332 of Externalization of the Hierarchy. He certainly has been looking ahead. Now note the date. October 1941. We had a very lengthy article for September 1941. He's doing his best to shepherd his group through this very troubled time, always asking if the incentive is sufficient to mobilize them so they can work harder and more efficiently at service. He points out various alibis as he goes along, but the people are suffering from a kind of fearful inertia that is coming from depression as they assess the situation. We have to make up our minds whether this was the Armageddon and has been interpreted incorrectly as not being the Armageddon, or whether the Armageddon still lies ahead. As I said, the Tibetan has interpreted it as the Armageddon, and when I visited a long time ago the Agni Yoga Society there, and I talked to the leader at the time, Sina Fazdik, and she said, oh yes, the Armageddon was World War II. So we have to see, does this sit correctly with us? It seems to have some authoritative backing. Or do we have some difficulty in the future, a major difficulty that we have to prevent? Now, I certainly think that there's plenty of activity, combat right now, a bit under the radar in some ways, between the dweller and the angel of humanity, between those representatives who are sponsored by the Great White Lodge and those who are sponsored by what we call the Black Lodge, the Lords of Form, the Lords of Materialism, etc. That really continues at this time. But there are all kinds of positive signs that the people are waking up to this reality and are willing to stand on principles so that it does not again motivate an externalized war. Let's have a little segue here. The strength and usefulness of this group. He seems to be addressing a group that is quite intimate to him. It's 1941. The groups of 9 are no longer working. Instead, there is a new reorganized C group. There is also a group of 14 that meets to discuss the ashram every month. And there is the headquarters group, those who are immediately responsible to him and to Alice Bailey, with some common participation in the other groups. In other words, some within the headquarters group would be participating both in the group of 24, the new reorganized C group, and in the ashramically related group. The strength and usefulness of this group will depend upon the inner union and love with which you work together, offsetting personality reactions. And I think it's not just that group, it's any group that might be working together on a serious matter. So the groups in which we are participating can take this as sound advice. The strength and usefulness of this group will depend upon the inner union and love with which you work together, offsetting personality reactions. You will help each other on all levels where help is needed. Let this group work silently and as the hierarchy works. impersonally behind the scenes. Let them draw upon all available spiritual resources, dedicating all their mental, emotional, and material reserves to the work of helping humanity, and let them know past all questioning that the hierarchy stands. Well, we can see, whatever group this is, it has had much responsibility laid upon it by the Tibetan. Okay, well, maybe someone knows exactly which group this may be, but I think what's important is what is said to it. A group of responsible people close to the Tibetan who are undertaking a great deal of spiritual and externalizing work in preparation for the end of the war. What's so valuable about this particular study is we know to a great degree the outcome, and we see how the Tibetan was preparing for a number of possible outcomes. In general, he, shall we say, he held the flag high and looked forward to a successful outcome whenever the war would end, even though he had said really not until 1942 will it be known who will emerge as the victor. Now, there were some very frightening times, awesome times that occurred in 1942. But the ending did emerge with the representatives of the forces of light victorious, and hence the forces of light were victorious. Now, this is a preparation for future activity and work beginning on page 332, October 1941. This is the period when the advancing German army in Russia was getting bogged down, meeting with external frustrations, the same kind of frustrations that stopped Napoleon in his intended conquests. Certain questions arise in the minds of all disciples anent the general position of the hierarchical efforts, about the possibility of materializing the plan, that means manifesting it, and particularly concerning the share in these plans which spiritual groups can take. So naturally, DK anticipates what these questions are, or is simply able to see them. I would have you remember that disciples learn to work with the plan by working. They learn to discover the inner expanding consciousness of humanity by the development of an increasing sensitivity to it, and they find their co-workers in the plan by the old and tried method of trial and error. The less evolved the disciple and worker, the larger the number of trials and the greater the number of errors. Okay, well, there's nothing mysterious about this. This is the three things here: working with the plan, discovering the growth of the consciousness of humanity, and finding co-workers. And that's, I'll just kind of emphasize those several points. Learn to work with the plan by working, and then discover the inner expanding consciousness of humanity by developing increasing sensitivity to it. So these are three factors, and important ones. Really, the headquarters group, I'm not sure to what extent the group of 24, but there was a lot of overlap there. They really were a working group, and to this time, that tradition has been preserved. You are there to work, you're not there to study, at least during working hours. I discovered this when I came to the Lucis Trust expecting who knows what, but I discovered that the second ray scholarly approach to which I am given, and you might almost say addicted, was not how the headquarters group was run. There were just too many things to do. Now it has been, I think, greatly facilitated by the computer revolution. I'm thinking back when I first came there almost 40 years ago, and I'm comparing it with how it's done now. According to the reports I hear, it's quite a difference. 40 years is almost half a century. But, he goes on, the system works, for it is an eliminating as well as a perfecting process, and the residue which remains after due effort can be trusted. Well, we have to know who we can work with, really. And by the choice of our coworkers, TK explains, the success or failure of the project is often determined. You have those finally who remain and who are worthy of trust. Why does this system work? Because by its means the graces of humility prompt obedience to soul injunction, and inner integrity are unfolded and developed. Okay, wait a second. The graces of humility prompt obedience to soul injunction, and inner integrity are unfolded and developed. Where these are present, there will be found sureness of touch when humanity is contacted, sensitivity to the impression of the hierarchy when that hierarchy is seeking contact, and a right sense of proportion. So he's basically, giving some very sound advice about finding one's co-workers. And first attempts don't always indicate that one has found those with whom one is intended to work. Sensitivity is required, and work is teaching the method of working. So it's a trial and error method. Okay. The old and tried method of trial and error. In a way, it's such a fifth ray kind of approach. The story of Edison and just hundreds of failures. And basically, he said to those who brought it to his attention, was it 900 something? I'm not sure. But if it was, he would have said, well, now we know 900 things that don't work. And so by the process of elimination, something that would work came into view. Okay. Well, we have to be able to apply this also to our present work in the world. One of the difficulties which comes to the server immersed in the thick of the undertaking is that of preserving contact with the vision. Well, in the chaos of the battlefield, on the chaos of the battlefield, much may be obscured. I refer to the vision itself and not to its materialization. Perhaps I can make my meaning clear if I point out that just as long as the contact is a vertical one, the work is fairly simple. The next step is apparent and plain, the line of activity to be followed is clear, and the inspiration is fresh and vital. But the moment that the consciousness of the disciple becomes inclusive horizontally, and that must take place, then the difficulty becomes great, and the disciple begins to understand for the first time the true significance of the words, the cross of the Savior. Yet if he can train himself to stand where the forearms meet, I am here speaking symbolically, he will discover that he stands in the place of power and at the midway point. Then he can truly begin, again speaking symbolically, to look off to the four corners of the earth, both subjectively and objectively, and with reality. Immediately, the strain is terrific. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to include this one in the yellow that went before, and here is a whole new idea, and I'll separate it out so we can look at it. He begins to understand for the first time the cross of the Savior, the significance of the words, and then the idea of the strain becoming, well, not unbearable, but at least terrific. Yes, because he has to, well, let's see what the Tibetan said. The idea is he has to stand in that synthesizing position, in a way, spiritually drawn and quartered, pulled in various directions, and there is much stress. Okay, he will discover the place of power. If he learns to stand at the synthesizing center, it's like standing in the center of the common cross, the fixed cross, or the mutable cross. It is the synthesizing point, and that central point has to rise until a pyramid of initiation is produced. So, just to live the vertical life is fairly easy. But to live the horizontal life and to work at the manifestation of that which is contacted, and to know how to be inclusive on the horizontal level, that is more problematic. Then the difficulty becomes great. Here we go. The moment that the consciousness of the disciple becomes inclusively horizontal, inclusive horizontally, and that must take place so we can know to whom in our environment to apply that which is contacted and which inspires us vertically, then the difficulty is great. Okay, all of these are internal states of consciousness, and they were symbolized in those far-off times by the carrying of the cross and the being placed upon the cross. Now, it's unlikely that someone's going to come along in these modern days and offer us some kind of crucifixion in the old way, but the experience of crucifixion followed by synthesis will be ours. This is one of the difficulties confronting the new group of world servers at this time. You will remember that some little time back, I spoke of the crisis with which the group is faced, and how can I express in words the nature of this crisis. Okay, so that's a question. How does this crisis manifest itself? It is that of the invocation or the precipitation of the plan, for those two words are synonymous. This is in a way not just a crisis of opportunity, it's a later crisis of expression. How shall the invoked plan, which, is evoked finally, be actually manifest, and what role can the disciple and his group play in that manifestation? So this is the nature of the crisis. It is that of invocation or the precipitation of the plan, for the two are synonymous. This necessarily involves a strain of prolonged inner contact and realization. And here comes the athwart the vertical arm, plus the effort to use skill in action and due physical plane executive ability. So they're very different. One is reaching high into the spiritual realms, and the other is skillful on the plane of materiality. The new group of world servers is therefore pulled two ways. Its effort must be to stand steady at the center. The new group today stands at the very center and must preserve and hold its position at all costs. That which signifies the most at this time is the spiritual poise and the spiritual sensitivity of the workers. Well, probably each one of us is not totally equally balanced in both tasks. Some may be better at the internal contact and others better in the practical art of manifestation. And what he's asking of us is that we be efficient, competent in both. We cannot escape along the mystical route which ignores the necessity to manifest outwardly. After all, to the mystic and to the sixth ray type, the outer world was going to disappear anyway. But now we learn that under the seventh ray, the highest and the lowest must meet, and the outer expression of that which is contacted interiorly is very important for the redemption of the lower worlds. It's not going to be a disappearing world. We're not going to see the base of the spine center of the solar logos, which is our Earth, suddenly dematerialize, at least not now. So it is important to bring heaven to earth. The mystic could avoid that conflict. Other conflicts would step in, of course, because there are demands of the outer life, and the mystic just isn't interested. I'll bet a lot of us have spent time along the sixth ray and the Pisces line being disinterested in the outer condition of the world. As DK says, to the sixth ray Lord, why do you kick the world as if it were a ball? Why do you despise it? Why do you spurn it? But now a balance is being created, and one of the major sign of balance will be prominent during the Aquarian age because it's an air sign and will come in probably strongly at the end of the age of Aquarius. The last 720 years or so, or the last decade, however long that may last. It is to this important condition that the group members must pay due attention. That is, they must stand in the center and hold that position, responding to inner inspiration and responding or able to meet the world with skill in action, and an outer effectiveness. Disciples and spiritual workers must not be so occupied with the details of the plan, with the production of that which will produce the externalization of the ideas, that the spiritual training and the strengthening of the workers is neglected. That makes a lot of sense. It's easy to lose your balance in these counter poles. It's easy to emphasize too much one thing or another. Disciples and spiritual workers must not be so occupied with the details of the plan, with the production of that which will produce the externalization of the ideas, that the spiritual training and strengthening of the workers is neglected. Okay, I think we understand that. In the dust and turmoil and noise of the fight, grow not insensitive and hard, or so preoccupied that the needs of those with whom you work are forgotten or passed unnoticed. Let love be the keynote in all relationships, for the power which must salvage the world is the precipitation of love. And how shall that find its way onto the physical plane save through a group whose ears are attuned to the imminent emergence, and through the lives of those in the group who are irradiated by love itself? So, in other words, what's being said in essence, it's being said, let's see here, preserve, I have that jumping cursor, preserve sensitivity, preserve sensitivity, preserve love, meet others with love above all. We cannot let the needs of those around us pass unnoticed. It has to come through us. I have seen this. I have seen a preoccupation with what is considered to be a necessary physical doing, to the extent that the psyche of others with whom one was working was pretty much ignored and even hurt or offended, so that the outer work would get done. The balance, the dual mode of approach was not understood, or if it was understood, it was not effectively wielded. There was not skill in balancing sensitivity with efficiency. So, sensitivity and efficiency have to be balanced. It is here that there is lack, not intentionally or because of the existence of the opposing quality, but simply through pressure and strain. The idea, I have so much to do, I just can't talk to you now. And you sense that somebody is in need of your ear or heart of understanding. You sense that, but you're just so pressed that you cannot find a way to spend the energy in this more sensitive way. Simply through world pressure and strain, there is a lack of the necessary attunement and sensitivity. In the unfoldment of goodwill in the world, at the close of the war, which will be one of the major tasks of the new group of world servers, let love be the active force among the senior members of the group, and I would like to see more of it among all of you. Sometimes it seems that he's definitely talking to the headquarters group. for whom it could be assumed that he would be writing letters, but of course, it seems to me, I don't know for certain, but that the headquarters group would be included in the group of 24, although there were also others who were not geographically proximate included in this group. It was much harder in those days to get in touch with people. Remember the days before email, you know? Now, instantly, you can dialogue back and forth, and otherwise you might have to wait a week for a letter to arrive and a week for it to come back. I remember trying to correspond with New Zealand and Australia, and it was a waiting game. Now everything has sped up, that which is good and that which is not good. As the executive side of the group work grows and the will aspect of humanity is contacted, and its power used to evoke the emerging crisis of love, an increasing number of workers with first-rate qualities will be drawn into the ranks of the new group of world servers. Well, you know, I think about this, and after Alice Bailey's passing, and for quite a while, and maybe, I don't know, maybe even today, the Lucis Trust, Arcane School, had an influx of first-rate workers, or let's just say first-rate workers rose into prominence. Alice Bailey was a second-rate worker, but Foster Bailey was a first-rate worker with sufficient second-rate, and Mary Bailey was a first-rate worker with sufficient second-rate. She used to say that her rays and Foster Bailey's rays were the same. But of course, when you have first-rate workers come into a basically second-ray organization, what will be the result? And he says this constitutes the second difficulty, and it is here that I feel the need to utter a word of warning. Well, you know, there are just different values with these workers, and there are stories, you know. There was, I don't know if I should say this, but I'm going to say it because the time has passed, you know. There were some precious books in the headquarters group, and naturally the second rays types covet books, love books, are deeply immersed in study, maybe for too long without taking action. And at one point, a first-rate worker, in this case it was the director, it was Foster Bailey, sold those books because world goodwill needed money. Well, is there any greater offense to a second-rate type than to sell precious books for money? Well, the first-rate wouldn't see it this way. The goodwill work must go on, and it's more important than all of these opportunities to bury yourself in deeply interesting books without taking action. Well, and thus it goes, and oftentimes splits are determined along ray lines, and they actually cause some trouble. Remember when DK says, as far as the rays go, they fight and kill each other in the beginning, you know, at the bottom of the mountain, and later, as they all climb the mountain, they recognize their commonality and finally their cooperation, and they reach a degree of harmony, and finally they become one thing. But that's at the very top of the mountain, and not in the beginning, when the other ray types are looked at as so different. Okay, so the first difficulty was strain. Let's call it this: lack of sensitivity due to strain is the first DIFC difficulty. That's the first difficulty. Now, the entry of the first-rate types into this type of work looks like it is related to the second difficulty. Let's just see. So that's the first difficulty. And this constitutes the second difficulty. Okay. And I think what I'll do is change the color of the font, And it is here that I feel the need to utter a word of warning. This coming in will be will greatly strengthen the work, but brings with it also great problems. Much of the work done hitherto has been second-rate work. I guess prophetically he was just addressing the very thing that happened. As you may know, the School of Esoteric Studies took its origin within the Lucis Trust, but split off from it in the attempt, at least it seems so in the minds of those who split, to preserve the second ray in the work. But it's very clear that the Tibetan appointed Foster Bailey to take care of the work, and he was on the first ray. So whether such a split was truly legitimate, we don't know, and of course that kind of stuff can degenerate into gossip about ancient things, But when I was talking with the last living disciple in the group, to her it was still a very current pain, what had happened back in those days, maybe in the early to mid 1950s. And that's when that school was founded, and it was founded on the basis of a perceived difference between approaches. And the Lucis Trust retained that first ray quality with first ray leaders to a great extent, not entirely, but with a number of first ray leaders. And this was of value in some ways, of course. What does he say? It will much strengthen the work, but also bring problems. Much of the work done hitherto has been second ray work. Its quality is gentler, its technique is that of building and teaching, and its workers are magnetic, and they present, when brought together, no great problems of cohesion and of group integration. And of this aspect of work, the Arcane School is an example. But remember, this is written in 1941, and after Alice Bailey's death, then other tendencies emerge. And it's quite natural that they would. If you have a dynamic, magnetic leader like Alice Bailey, and now I'm just offering my opinion. There's nothing gospel about this, okay? She can do much, he can do much to hold a group together. It was that way with Mary Bailey, I thought. She had abundant first ray, but also second ray, and she had the ability to really hold diversity together in unity. But that's not always possible. And when people of that inclusive and yet strong nature pass on and the group has to be left to others, those others cannot always do what the previous leader did. And so there can splits, cleavages can arise. And Mary Bailey did She was given the leadership of the Arcane School or the Lucis Trust, and she continued for a long time. I can't tell you exactly how long, but maybe almost 30 years. I was there in the headquarters when many things forced her to give up her position. I think it was 1984. And some of those issues were financial. And so that's why it is indeed true that the crux of the work, the crux of preparing for the reappearance of the Christ, is oftentimes financial. There just isn't enough money to support what has to be done. When, however, first-ray workers appear to aid in the expansion of the work and to carry it to the four quarters of the earth under much strain which they can bear, then certain difficulties inevitably appear. It is the dynamic quality of the power aspect which must be guarded against, not in the sense that it must not be permitted expression, but in the sense that it must be motivated by love, harnessed to gentleness, and qualified by understanding. Well, this, really, I haven't read up to this time, and I've been studying these things a long time. I haven't read this section or don't remember reading it. And it turns out to have been very prophetic about the difficulties that arise. Well, always difficulties arise when, well, not always, but so often difficulties arise when a leader, especially a founding leader, passes on or hands over the reins to someone else. Alice Bailey was a founding leader and respected everywhere among the esotericists, of course. She wasn't much liked by Hitler. I think that he became aware of her work and considered her an enemy. I don't know what steps he took, but that's the story, So difficulties will appear, and the dynamic blast, of outgoing power has to be guarded against. But the way to guard it is to link it with love, make sure it's motivated by love, and, every first-ray worker, well, let's see, has to learn inclusion, just the way the second-ray worker has to learn centralization. And that's an exchange of first-ray qualities going into those who have the second ray, and second ray qualities being appropriated by those who have the first ray. Harnessed to gentleness and qualified by understanding. I know this is like stories, okay, but I was there 5 years, and I had always the sense of this tremendous power behind Mary Bailey. But I always had the sense that the love energy was very, very strong, and that she was holding this power in abeyance. And maybe the first thing that you felt was the love from the second ray personality. And I'm sure people like that find themselves on the second ray monad. When you stay with the Tibetan's work, he seems to have said, and it is your work. It is for people largely on the second ray soul or the second ray monad. And the greater number of the first rays with which we are associated or which we hear about in this work would have the second ray monad when they have the first ray soul. This is my impression. At least I can only share with you my impressions as I find them meaningful to me, or sometimes simply backed up by what DK says, point blank, this is what he says. The problem, therefore, will be to integrate first-ray workers into the new group of world servers in such a manner that the destructive aspect of the ray will not cause difficulty, produce disruption, or any obliteration of the dominant love note, which should be the outstanding characteristic of all workers with the plan at this time. Otherwise, the precipitation of the crisis of love will be hindered. So, love is the predominating energy of our solar system. It is the predominating energy of our planet in terms of the direction our planet is now taking. It's the second ray soul of our planet, is the most important ray. And if we look at initiations as they occur in the human being, and we understand that the soul ray does really affect the astral body, and that the astral body is subdued to a great extent at the second initiation, and that Venus, Jupiter, and Neptune are the planets involved, we can see that even for the first ray workers who are working with the astral body, love must be the note. And so many of those who do find their way into this work really are working with the overcoming of clamor in the astral body and the infusion of the love energy in the astral body. To me, as I look at it, the greater percentage of the workers working with the Lucis Trust over the years, and just working in the Tibetan work, had taken the first initiation. A lot of them had taken the first initiation, and their immediate task was to substitute love in the astral body for desire. And this would also apply to first ray workers. Now, remember, he said that the second initiation can be considered in a way the most difficult. Not so much for third and fifth ray workers on the soul, because they don't have so much emotion. But along the 2-4-6 line, yes, and he included, or did not disinclude, the first ray workers. So they have quite a battle here. We do remember that for the second ray type, knowledge develops slowest. For the first ray type, love develops slowest. Now, I don't know whether we're talking about monad or soul, but this is the implication. And for the third ray type, who can always find the way around things, the law of the first ray and straight dealing of the first ray develops the most slowly. So, this is of immediate applicability in our various groups. I would ask for an intensification of love between all of you and a growth of real understanding. Loving understanding, it's so Piscean in a way, the quality of the second ray. Forget not at the same time that love is the great attractive magnetic force and will consequently draw to itself all that is needed at the present crisis and for the materialization of the vision in due form on earth. Well, I'm going to, differentiate here. I think it's important that these different ideas stand out. I know that it's very unlikely that we can read and assimilate everything the Tibetan has given. I mean, because he has spoken in his work to the initiative of the fourth degree, and sometimes you wonder when he's speaking if he's not speaking to the masters who are part of his ashram, because there's some very high and obscure material that he does give, and he tells us that the average disciple, maybe even the average initiate, will not be able to understand it. But so we just can't absorb it all, I sometimes joke that the second ray pill that you've got to take, like aspirin, is absorbitol. And there's one more word in there that it's just like that, but it makes a good joke, Every once in a while, a little humor is helping. And there's some old advice that you must gild the philosophic pill, meaning that you make it swallowable. Here in Finland, I noticed they seem to put some kind of sugar coating on the pills, so you don't have an unpleasant sensation as you take them. Not so in the United States, I have learned. And some people like the straight stuff, Don't worry about the sugar coat or the gilding. Don't worry about making it attractive. Just give me the straight stuff, Real love between all of you and a growth of real understanding. Love solves the issues. It is the main force. On our planet, in our solar system, it's hard to say with respect to the next great system, which is the 7 solar systems of which ours is one. Seems to have some kind of connection with Taurus and Scorpio, and maybe for that reason is involved with the sacral center, or maybe the solar plexus of the one about whom not may be said. We do not know the rays of all of the constellational centers which appear in this greater being. But we do know that in a cosmic logos, which is the next expansion outward from a solar system, our sun is a heart center, and all of us then in this solar system are, at least for now, heart center units. And love is the great energy, not only because at the present time our solar logos has a second ray personality, a second ray soul, and a soft line monad, which probably ends on the second ray, but that those 2 higher rays of soul and monad will be retained, even in a first ray solar system like the next one, probably with its first ray personality. A personality ray can be a very important thing when we come to considering such a great being as a solar logos. It's very conditioning of so many billions, trillions of lives. Okay, so this second ray is very important in bringing together what is needed, gathering what is needed. This will require spiritual energy, sound business sense, so we're kind of linking the second and the third ray, skill in action, the 7th ray, and financial support, again, the 3rd ray. See, all of this precipitating the crisis of love. This has to be done. And of course, when it encounters energies which are very different, he tells us when he deals with one of his disciples, a first ray type, with a 5th ray personality and a 4th ray mind, and a 2nd ray astral body and a 3rd ray physical body, that it's very difficult to get the 2nd and 3rd rays to really work together in the right way. And that's what we're being asked to do as we achieve our soul-infused personality. Generically, the 2nd and 3rd ray are coming together. And on this earth, soul and personality are the 2nd and 3rd ray. They're coming together, and it's difficult. That's what he says. So here he's combining some of these qualities which are necessary. Materialization of the vision, a loving vision in due form on earth. This will require spiritual energy, Of course, it could be any ray, but when you mention the word spiritual, it suggests the second ray, just the way divine to a degree suggests the first ray and the monadic and logoic plane. This will require spiritual energy, sound business sense, skill in action, and financial support. Remember that money is the consolidation of the loving, living energy of divinity, and that the greater the realization and the expression of love, the freer will be the inflow of that which is needed to carry forward the work. So, we sometimes say, oh, I wouldn't do it for love or money. And right there, the two aspects of divinity are being mentioned in the same breath. But this is a major definition. Money is the consolidation of the loving, living energy of divinity. So when there is love and realization, that which is needed flows. We have to remember that it's not by threat that and fear, think of those indulgences against which Martin Luther worked in his Reformation work. If you will pay me, says the priest, I will intercede for you so your dead mother or father or husband or wife does not go to hell. Well, the people were ignorant and they would give their money to the priest. I don't know whether the priest interceded or not, but I can't imagine that if he did, it was very successful. So that kind of abuse in the love and money area obviously has to go. And usually when we consider the prostitution of any higher power to a lower power, we're looking in the area of love and money. You can't really pay for love, but people try to do it. And then the greater the realization and expression of love, the freer will be the inflow of that which is needed to carry forth the work. There's some, interesting stories about Alice Bailey when the funds were running low. The story goes she'd go out and buy a hat. I don't know what kind of hat, but in those days the women wore the hats, And she was a Leo, ascending after all, and Leos love hats, So she'd go out and buy a not inexpensive hat, and it did something. It released something that was locked, and the money started to flow again. Imagine occultism behind hat buying. So you are working with the energy of love and not with the energy of desire, the reflection or distortion of love. Well, that's very clear, and that really is what has to happen at the second initiation. Those are all strong love planets, the ones that are active at the second initiation, and they are Venus, Jupiter, and Neptune. Neptune, second ray monad, Jupiter, second ray soul, Venus, probable final second ray monad, and maybe elsewhere. It's different from the energy of desire, and if we finish our second initiation process, well, we couldn't do it really if the desire energy were not pervaded by love. I think he says that if you will ponder on this, you will see the way more clearly. Okay. And I think I'm just going to draw a little line there because 1 hour of our work has finished, and sometimes it's hard to gain the momentum. 1 hour has passed. And once the momentum is lost, it's hard to regain. So I'll just keep going for a while. I think there were 8 first-ray souls. Is that correct? In the Alice Bailey group, something like that. It was not a majority because I think overall there were 50, 51 that were involved in the work. There were, I think, 2 third-ray souls and 2 seventh-ray souls. I don't think that any of them succeeded well in this work. There were a couple that were making the transition from the 6th ray to the 2nd ray. There were no 5th ray souls. They wouldn't seek out this kind of work, I don't think. And there were no 4th ray souls. He tells us there are those in whom the 4th ray transits to the 2nd ray and those who simply keep the 4th ray, but he didn't say anything. Well, the Christ himself was a 4th ray soul and took the 3rd initiation in a 4th ray ashram. It would be so interesting, to think about the initiatory process for those with different soul rays. A few hints have been given in letters on occult meditation. But in the kind of work that the Tibetan is sponsoring and that we are involved with, the 5th ray is not predominant, though it is important, and 5th ray souls will not be drawn in. We never know on the monadic level what the sub-monadic ray might be. I have concluded that there is that any one of the 7 rays can occur monadically on the monadic plane, but only rays 1, 2, or 3 can represent the major monadic rays. They are the major monadic rays and can occur once the monadic vehicle is destroyed or once the heart of the monad takes up its position on the 7th plane. Now, it is said that the Christ is sitting at the right hand of God and that the Buddha is in Shambhala, and neither one of them has taken yet the 8th initiation as far as I know. So they are not liberated onto the cosmic astral plane, at least not with frequency. So they're still on the cosmic physical plane. And this will mean that from the perspective of the major monadic ray, it's a phrase he does use, either 1, 2, or 3 will be their home. Now with the Christ, you've got to assume that it is the 2nd ray, that his monad has its final place on the cosmic physical plane within the expression of the Son, S-O-N. There are 3 cosmic logoi that are connected with that level, and Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. And the Buddha's, he has a very strong 2nd ray, but he's considered to be a 3rd ray monad. And he was a great teacher, of course. So, and is. So the question is, which is the 3rd ray? Because there's no question there's a 3rd ray monad. Is it on the monadic level? And finally, if we go to the logoic level, will we find his monad taking a position within the Son aspect, or will we find it within the Holy Ghost aspect? These are things that we can say need answering, but we do not know what the answer actually is. But then again, you put up the question, and before long, something may appear that is satisfying as an answer. There are many first-ray workers wielding the power of desire and thus materializing money. There are many first-ray workers finding their way into the ranks of the workers among the new group of world servers. Unless these workers are swept by love, their first-ray energy will wreck the work of the group. I guess, this is something which first-ray workers really have to read. I'm assuming he means by that first-ray souls. Alice Bailey was the second-ray soul and had a first-ray personality and mind, and yet she was not considered a first-ray worker. She was considered a second-ray worker, equipped with important aspects of the first ray. But the whole idea of the wrecking ball, comes in here, and it is possible to be swept by love. And generally speaking, first-ray types at this time are on the first subray of the second ray, at least in the spiritual esoteric groups. He tells us that somewhere, around page 26 of Esoteric Psychology 1, that there is no true first-ray type, through and through and through, I suppose. First-ray major monadic ray, first-ray minor monadic ray on the monadic plane, first-ray soul, who knows how many first rays might be gathered. That one disciple who was actually, if we follow the hint, a first-ray monad on one level or another, had a big first-ray lineup. First-ray monad, hinted but almost certain. Sixth-ray soul, first-ray personality, first-ray mind, first-ray physical. Where did all that come from? See, so he was one that had a tremendous alignment on the first ray, and yet what DK was trying to do with him was cultivate the transference from his sixth-ray soul to the second ray, and he would talk about him being essentially a second-ray type. And, for the sake of his spiritual well-being, that is what he had to emphasize. That was ISGL, a disciple, obviously, who was a strong disciple and who became an object lesson to many in ways that perhaps would not be considered flattering. There was some disobedience there and so forth. But other disciples would learn from his temporary and I think probably quite understandable failure to take the second initiation at the time that he was offered it. So, when you have the first ray, the money can come in through desire, and disruption can come into the groups. They are not so solicitous of the feelings of others. They might even deride those feelings. At some point, DK tells us that the first-rate type hates or despises emotion, but must sometimes be thrown into an emotional condition in order to shake things up, loosen things up, and make him more sensitive. There's a beautiful section there. I wonder if I can find it, because it has to do with the first-ray soul, and it's in Psych 2, and I'm just going to say with others, and I'm not sure that I can do anything about that. Arms. If this works, it worked. So we really have to help praise and be grateful to the people who created this search engine, maybe as primitive as it may seem when compared with the tremendous search engines that are out there on the net. But this is who he is, this first-ray soul, and notice how it works. The one who travels on a line, as him, returns upon his way. Back to the center of his life he goes. And that sounds like the heart. And there he waits. He reaches out his arms and cries, I cannot stand and walk alone. And standing thus, a cross is formed, and on that cross he takes his place with others. And then DK responds a little bit here. The change of direction takes him back to the center of his being, the heart. A change of method takes place, for instead of moving straight forward, a pratyeka Buddha with no crook to hold on his staff, how the shepherd's crook is there, and you can pull back in the wandering sheep. He doesn't have one of those. He just has a straight staff. Instead of moving straight forward, and I would say using a straight staff to advance towards its goal no matter what, he waits in patience and seeks to feel. See, that's you might call it the inferior function of a lot of first-rate types. A change of attitude can be noted, for he reaches out his arms to his fellow men, to the greater whole, and thus becomes inclusive. And that's his word, integrative word, inclusivity or inclusion, just the way centralization is the integrative word it's a first-rate word, but it's applied to the second-rate type. I think I've done commentary on quite a number of these integration formulas and laws, and they can be found on Makara and maybe elsewhere. Now, DK says the words, DK has the ideas, but just as in any class, we gain by going over what the master says and trying to put them in our own words and trying to understand the master's words in our familiar circumstances. So I've tried to offer that as well, realizing that we can read the master's words straight and pure, and we should, but when we chew them together in a class setting, and that's what all this is meant to provide, we may come to a deeper understanding. Once I resolved to myself, it was an interesting experiment. I'd been a reader of esoteric books, and the year was, I guess, 50-something years ago, 53 years ago. I joined the Theosophical Society, and I just one day decided I'm reading over a lot of material that I really don't understand. So I resolved to myself that whenever I came upon a term or a phrase that I didn't understand, I would go no further until I put it in my own words, which at least approximated understanding. It was a slow process, but I think I learned something, I gained something, that unless we can explain in our own words what we encounter in the words of a greater teacher, we just haven't grasped it. And we must. Okay. By the way, I didn't continue that way. It was a very, very slow process because I began to realize there's a whole lot here that is not taking shape in a meaningful way within my mind. I had to pause, All right. So unless these workers are swept by love, their first ray energy will wreck the group. Now, that word wreck is a tough word, and he uses it when he talks about capitalism, and it's quite an indictment he gives that capitalism has emerged and wrecked the world. I don't know where else he uses it, maybe, in relation to the war and so forth. By the way, this other quote that I had there was page 353, ECK. There are 7 wrecks and 4 wrecked. So there's 11 references here, either wreck or wrecked. And since DK is a master not given to exaggeration, even a little dry. Oh, the life of the group as a unit was nearly wrecked. Well, this is interesting. This is when two people succumbed to the presence of the thought form of Master DK, which offered good words of mediocre cheer, And here, something else about wrecked ships. The capitalistic system has emerged and has wrecked the world. There is that great indictment. I don't think it's because DK is a communist or anything like that. He just has seen the terrible effect of cornering the market. Gosh, really interesting material here, really interesting. From the feudal barons of Europe and Great Britain in the Middle Ages, through the powerful business groups of the Victorian era, to a handful of capitalists, national and international, who today control the world's resources, the capitalistic system has emerged and wrecked the world. And then he talks about cornering the world's resources, which obviously is against the principle of sharing, and that principle of sharing is what would bring Christ back into reappearance. Well, this is an indictment. This is a strong indictment. Page 70 of the Problems of Humanity. They love money and the power which money gives. They have stood behind governments and politicians. They have controlled the electorate. Maybe it's no more true than today. They have made possible the narrow nationalistic aim of selfish politics, as in Germany. They have financed the world's businesses and controlled oil, coal, power, light, and transportation. They control publicly, or sub rosa, the world's banking accounts. So everywhere they infiltrate, and since the third ray is so close to the lodge of materialism, we have a very strong influence of the lords of materiality, the Black Lodge, through the irresponsible and selfish financiers. Well, almost at any place that you go, you're going to find the possibility of commenting on or reading and understanding material of great interest. This is dealing with the money problem, capital and labor and employment in this book, The Problems of Humanity. All right, now let's go on. So, unless the workers are swept by love, their first-ray energy will wreck the group. But they can be swept by love, and first-rate types can learn this lesson. Yet they are needed at this time, for they have the strength to stand unmoved at the center. I'm remembering when Alice Bailey said that because of the presence of Foster Bailey, who was an attorney, I think, so many of the mistakes that she otherwise would have made were caught before they were made, because he knew what was legal, and he prevented errors that could have been, I don't know if I want to use the word disastrous, but they certainly could have placed the group in difficulty. It is the conjunction of the first and second ray workers which can carry the work through the coming crisis of reconstruction. And it will, because after all, the second ray is the building ray, isn't it? And it will be of value if this is borne in mind by all of you in all work connected with the new group. It is important integrating work. It's so interesting. For quite a while, the Lucis Trust and the continuing work of Alice Bailey was controlled or managed by first-rate types. And one day I was talking with Daniel Enton, who for many years was the head of the Agni Yoga Society. And it became more and more apparent that while he probably had a pretty strong first ray, maybe on the personality level, he always had felt himself more attuned to the second ray master Kutumi. And there is a major first ray occult organization, the Agni Yoga Society, somehow run by or managed by someone who is probably on the second ray. So, there became, with the movement of the masters and the ashrams, let us say, to the Buddhic plane, the opportunity for a lot of ashramic supplementation by other ray types, which could fill in and provide needed qualities to make the general ray expression of the ashram successful, backed, by those. If you want to keep your finances straight, you go to someone who has the third ray, fifth ray, seventh ray. You don't necessarily give it to a fourth ray type, or maybe not even a sixth ray type, unless there are other supplementing rays. So the opportunity for the ashrams to supplement each other with needed quality came with this movement which occurred at the last great conclave of 1925. You might ask me at this point to be specific and state if there is any significant hindrance which needs to be offset or changed or realized. Because the sincere disciple really does want to know, what am I doing that's standing in the way? What is our group doing which is making it less effective than it might be? An understanding of all I have stated above will greatly help, for I have pointed out 3 difficulties, and to this the realization that a right handling of the broad issues will automatically take care of the details. Okay, that's interesting and important. By this I mean that the establishing of sound intergroup relations between all of the workers will produce that inner cohesion and one-pointed effort which must inevitably and surely produce the outer results and attract both the needed workers and the essential money. The money, to a great extent, is the crux of the issue because the people are well informed and many have skill in action. The question is, humanity is very still shallow in its perception and therefore materialistic in its persuasion. And the money is flowing along channels which reinforce materialism and do not reinforce the spiritual way of life. So let's see here. So the second difficulty, first difficulty, strain and thereby insensitivity. Second difficulty, first ray, first ray types are coming in, and I'm not sure what the third one is, but it's, it has to do with integration. So let's just say maybe the third difficulty has to do with integrating first and second ray workers. Okay, well, he's given us some things that need to be offset. I have pointed out three difficulties. I'm sure of two of them, and I'm not sure of the other one, but maybe in your reading you will grasp it, and I will simply go on. The disruption produced by first-ray workers who are not swept by love, and the need to integrate the first and second rays could be considered another difficulty. So sound inner relations will make sure that the outer results occur. And that means largely, almost exclusively, dealing with our coworkers with love, with the energy of brotherly love. Well, it seems so simple, but naturally, it is something that we have to test ourselves on all the time. So see to it also that one department of the work is not overemphasized in your minds to the exclusion of others, for that will produce strain, lack of balance, and sometimes a sense of separation, leading, if continued, to destruction. So let's just say, I think we can all agree, a balanced attitude is required. Okay, so he's, I dislike it when I lose track of the outline, but apparently that's what has happened. But as you study over this, you can see what the three may be, and I'll come back to it without taking a lot of time now. There certainly are certain requirements here, and maybe I can summarize them somewhat. Yeah, that's the second difficulty. And the first difficulty, lack of sensitivity due to strain and fatigue, first-ray workers integrating, and then the integration of the two types. I'll just call it that for the moment because it requires first and second ray types to build the way one must following the war and in many situations. Okay, so let's just say three difficulties. Strain, let's see, insensitivity to each other due to strain, and the arrival of first ray workers with their strength and liabilities, and even if the next one is not exactly true, it is something that has to be done. The integration of first and second ray workers in the reconstruction process. We'll do it that way. And basically changing the desire nature, which can be powerful with the first rate types, even if they despise emotion, changing that into love, and it certainly is possible. If they absorb second-rate qualities like inclusion, and if second-rate types absorb centralization. Okay. And we have to keep a balanced attitude, and usually the person in charge can see reasonably well whether a balanced attitude is being preserved, because just like a machine that can fall apart if it's not balanced, so a group can as well. Let the consciousness be developed that there is one work being done by all, and that the whole group is concerned in the entire activity. This inclusive attitude should permeate the entire organization, and thus the departmental spirit need not enter in. You know how it is that in some organizations and corporations, one department competes against another, and that may bring some satisfaction to the department which seems to prevail, but it doesn't do much good for the idea that there's one work going on and that the entire work has to be successful. So what are all of these? You might call them continued instructions for the work of reconstruction after the war. And remember, we're still in October of 1941. He really has moved our minds forward to the time of victory. Here we have the German army struggling in the mud. We have they're virtually at the gates of Moscow, and they're poised to take over Russia with this Operation Barbarossa, an earlier German king who repelled the enemy. Although, there was a lot of occultism among those leading Nazis, and of course it was egotistical occultism. They always managed to think of themselves as someone very special, but I believe that Heinrich Himmler, who was basically, and for a long time, the head of the Schutzstaffel, the SS, he thought of himself as 1,000 years ago this famous German king who was instrumental in blocking the invasion of invading forces. There was a lot of glamour. I'm reading back about the Society of Thule, or Thule. In the First World War, it was a group of German aristocrats and people highly placed who had very racist ideas and wanted to work for the dominance of Germany in all things, and yet they were being guided by a medium who was, she was receiving communications from some star, from the intelligences on some star. Was it Arcturus? It wasn't Sirius. Maybe Arcturus, I'm not sure. But anyway, she was the one at the center guiding the whole mystical proposition. So beneath many outer circumstances with which most people are somewhat familiar was all of this layer of glamorous occultism. And if you look at the various documentaries about occultism in the Third Reich, you just see it's rampant and it's selfish. It has nothing to do with the kind of spiritual occultism that we are studying for the benefit of helping to manifest the altruistic plan of God. It's nothing like that at all. It's all centered around the idea that one nation is preeminent, the German nation, and everything else is secondary. One point, he says, I will touch upon for the clarification of your minds. The daily meditation, both personal and in relation to the group, would produce better results if the focus of attention were given to the attaining of the needed inner attitudes, the intensification of the inner spiritual life of understanding, and the welding of all workers into one unity of service, a united attitude of love, of hopeful expectancy, of courage, of spiritual demand, and of directed will. is potent in results and will bring all that is required. I think I'll split that in two. That in the meditative work that they still were required to do, these kinds of orientations were necessitated. And this especially 5 points: a united attitude of love, think about our own groups now, of hopeful expectancy, of courage, of spiritual demand, and of directed will, is potent in results and will bring all that is required. Is there any one of these 5 points which is not needed by us and by our groups? I think, it's just pretty obvious that all of them are much needed. Okay. Has there not been too much attention in the past to aspects of physical plane effort and to techniques of working? He's really trying to sharpen up and render effective this serving group with which he has so much contact and, such a responsible relation. Has there not been too much attention in the past to aspects of physical plane effort and to techniques of working? There was one disciple, a very good one, was it DLR? Anyway, he was the first ray. Here are his rays in order: 1, 5, 5, 6, 7. He was an entomologist studying insects, and he also played the violin, and he was a stable center. And he had this glamour. It was like the glamour of everyday circumstance, the glamour of circumstance, something like that. He just get caught in the trivialities of life, and it deadened his life down and killed off the kind of inspiration that he otherwise would have had. He became covered with tedium, as it were. So, too much attention to the techniques of working. Has there not been too much consideration of how to do the work and too little consideration of the spiritual dynamics of the work itself? The need has been great and the problems many. The expansion of the work may seem necessarily to foster a departmental spirit. This is something he really wants to avoid. When such situations arise, in other words, with a departmental spirit, you do not see the whole, but only the importance of your department. When such situations arise, it is necessary then to intensify the inner sense of unity. Differentiations are easy, for they follow the line of least resistance upon the physical plane, but the work is one work, and the workers constitute one group. The need now is fusion and group understanding. I think this is somehow a very important paragraph. That it's not on the outer things that attention must be, or to the outer things that attention must be given. So, an important paragraph follows, de-emphasizing the outer work when too much attention is paid to it. Well, that, he would obviously want efficient outer work, but it's possible to get caught up in this glamour of detailed, organized action. And I think, people who have a strong seventh ray have that particular liability, or can have. And we, get caught in managing the trees and we forget the whole forest. And fifth ray also can be involved in that, these two concrete rays. But we want to avoid, okay, this is the spirit to be avoided, the departmental spirit. And I think we all know what that means. We all know what that means. Is it not true? Now, so basically what's needed, it is one work, and the workers constitute one group, and the need now is fusion and group understanding. Well, I've talked to people who were alive and working at headquarters when Alice Bailey was there, and somehow what the Tibetan is requesting seemed to characterize the way they worked. Maybe he could see deficiencies here, but they said, oh, well, all of us pitched in, and when one person couldn't do something, the other did, and we had a lot of movement and passage from task to task. That is the sign of an organism. But when things get crystallized, how it goes, I do this and only this, you do that and only that. Don't interfere with my task. I won't interfere with your task. You see, that becomes departmental, filled with illusion, and the law of cleavages has settled in, and the integration and productivity of the whole is curtailed. So I remember another thing said to me once, so much can be accomplished if people don't mind who gets the credit. Oh, it was our department that did that. No, it was our department. See, the personality of the part begins to claim its speciality, its prerogatives. It begins to say, we are more important than you, and then the spirit of competition enters, and there are frictions, and the divine circulatory flow within the group is hampered. Is it not true that a point of fusion achieved in the daily meditation by an individual brings about right expression in the daily life and a right handling of life conditions? A point of fusion achieved in group meditation will evoke the right results and produce an instrument of service of such power that its progress will be irresistible. Well, he's having us review these things in our mind. Sometimes he just tells us it is so, and other times he'll ask the question, and we have to consider it. So let's just call this the advantages of a point of fusion. Because when there is, let's say, fusion between the soul and personality, there's kind of a effortless relation to the environment and performing of service within the environment in the right way. We really do need skill in action, and you think about Alice Bailey there for a second. Her initials were DRS, detachment, rest. What did she get? 2 hours of sleep a night, a lot of nights, because things were just so pressing on her. and S, skill in action. Detachment, a second-rate problem, always. Maybe she was given that first-rate personality to strengthen her and also to help her become sufficiently detached to really carry on this extremely demanding work. Once she talked about why it had been possible for her to accomplish so much in her life. Well, I forget the reason why she said, but what struck me is that she recognized that she had accomplished a lot in her life, and she really had the will to do it. I figure, that she had to have been an initiate of the third degree, and that maybe, there were recapitulations of earlier degrees, as when she went through a very kind of, preacherish stage, where the astral body was strongly accented, and she was, really a Christian preacher. And when she was chided for that, when she was taken to task for that by some of the enlisted men, she took a good look at herself, and all that changed. And I think that was a recapitulation of a period around the second initiation, and that she changed from a sixth ray astral body to a second ray. Her final rays were given as, I'll just do them in order, 2, 1, 1, 2, 7. 2, 1, 1, 2, 7. And probably 2, I would suspect, a second ray monad, being a very pure type. When it comes to the Buddha, the third ray has to be worked in the monadic figure. And I think that is the case with the Tibetan. I don't think it is the case with Alice Bailey, and I don't think it is the case with the Master Kuthumi. Nor is it the case with the Christ, I'm almost certain. Now, here we are. We're talking about from 1938 to 1941. The strain of the past 3 years has been long and great. Many of the workers are feeling it, and the need for love and strength is great. DK has to constantly observe the effective condition of at least one of the instruments through which he's trying to work. I mean, who knows? Other sheep have I, which are not of this fold. It applies to the Christ, but it may well apply to certain masters. So, his work with the Red Cross and behind certain humanitarian work and in laboratories, he works on scene. What's he doing there? But he's also working with this group of people who are in a way consciously closer to the esoteric life, and they have been subjected to the strain of the fixed cross by and large on which they have taken their position. The fixed cross is the cross on which we are crucified after the first initiation, or just as the first initiation is taking place. So when people are really strained, I'm sure we've all found it in our own life, our capacity to take in, to assimilate is reduced. The strain ahead will be no lighter, though it will register differently and bring different problems, but you are equal to it and to the task ahead. Success can crown the efforts being made, and the new group of world servers can measure up to the need. Let's see, I'm going to just try to keep these distinctions going. Not that there is any kind of meaning in the colors, generally speaking, just to keep one section separate from another. Success can crown the efforts being made, And the new group of world servers can measure up to the need if there is a more conscious and definite attempt to stand at the center. And he told us about that before. The new group of world servers takes up its position right at the center where the dynamics of the vertical life and the dynamics of the horizontal life meet. So measure yourself on this balance of the vertical and horizontal life. I think in all my life, I somehow, a little anecdotal here, I've always given the horizontal life rather short shrift, so I was forced to do horizontal things. If you've ever directed an opera, you know how much horizontality is involved in making sure everything and every person are in place doing the right thing. It's a big management job. And, the soul can stage the circumstances in which you compensate for insufficiencies in your own nature. Success can crown the efforts being made, and the new group of world servers can measure up to the need if there is a more conscious and definite attempt to stand in the center, the place of loving power, notice, and an increased ability to think in terms of group synthesis and fusion, and to choose with wisdom those who, from inner development and outer ability, for these must go together, belong to the group. So how is the success achieved? Standing in the center, choosing your coworkers wisely, and thinking in terms of group synthesis and choosing your coworkers wisely. What we have here, it seems like a repetition of something he covered a little earlier, and here he's just kind of summing it up. And because we're all interested in success, which means the carrying through of our intention to a certain degree of perfection. And it's so important that the new group of world servers measure up to the need. So what are the 3 points here? Probably related to the 3 points above. Stand in the center of loving power. Think in terms of group synthesis and choose your co-workers wisely. Those are the requirements. Okay, well, we just have a little more before the 2 hours has occurred. But these are the points, the 3 things the new group of world servers have to do. And of course, sensitivity, cultivation of sensitivity is very important. He's given us a couple of lists of 3, I think. Well, we seem to be there, don't we? Yes, we are there. And so I'll just say almost 2 hours have elapsed now. I hope this helps everybody. It's not that as you listen to this or work with it that you're necessarily going to always stop on the hour or on any, pre-selected unit of time. It will have a lot to do with what you want to think about. And although I am not now telling what pages are involved as I make these programs, nor the general subjects, with the help of my colleagues, the subject areas are being put down in brief form. So you may see what you might be interested in. Obviously, eventually, I'd like to be able to do all these books, but yeah, I don't think I can do that. So I'll try to do the ones that I consider to be most important, or maybe the ones where I have some knowledge to contribute. For instance, whether I would take up the esoteric healing book per se, although there's so much valuable information that is not particularly targeted towards esoteric healing, but is necessary to understand. There's so much valuable information there that I would like to do that, but I question my own abilities. We'll see how it goes. You know, we never know what our term of service may be. We don't know, and we don't know how successful we will be. I know that, you know, if we're doing some of these programs, I feel alive and alert, and others I am at the point of exhaustion and just barrel on through the best I can, because I know that momentum is so important. And, you know, when you've studied these things for a long time, and for me, you know, it's over 50 years, thoughts come to you, maybe unbidden, and maybe they are appropriate. And you can kind of trust the development of your thought over many years to supply something which might be of interest. But then sometimes there's just brain fatigue, you know, and you just have to do the best you can. Notice how many of these letters are being written in 1941. Now here, you know, this will be the last letter written in 41, but what do we have? We've had October, we've had September, I think we've had May. I think so. Let's see where we are, 447. I'm going to try to look here to see May 1941. Well, yes, there is that. 2 results. And, yep, here it is. And I'm not sure if anything else. I think from November 1942 to May 41. So anyway, let's see if there's a June. There might be. So we have May so far. Okay, come on now. Come on. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Yes, maybe this is another one. I'm not sure, because I may have just erased something. I think, though, that it is June 1941. So we have, I'll take the risk. We have May, June, September, October, December. We have at least 5 points there, I'm pretty sure. And this is the externalization of the hierarchy. So I'm just going to see whether I can find this, you know, June 1941. Oh, maybe nothing. Maybe, let's just see. June 1941. Well, there seems to be nothing there. I'm not sure, but at least 4, May, September, October, and now December. It's a very eventful year. So page 447. Well, I'll handle that. You know, we're not. Let's just say we're getting about halfway through the book, and there's a lot to do. And I hope I'll have a chance to do it before the conference, but really there's not much chance that it can be done. I hope by the end of the year it will be possible. Okay, so 2 hours have elapsed and we will continue our work. What is the purpose of it all? I think in this case, to understand how the hierarchy really does work, how they think, how they look ahead, how they plan. We have the advantage of knowing something at least, about how things worked out. And we can see what the Tibetan anticipated, how he strove to animate and galvanize his workers, and we can consider ourselves his workers, still in need of animation and galvanizing. We can consider whether we are rising to the call which he sends forth to his workers in that critical time, because we too are living in a time more critical than many of us suspect, when there's a definite tendency toward retrogression because of fear and clinging to Piscean models. In other words, what I'm saying is, he's talking to us. He's not only talking to that group of 80 years ago, he's talking to us. And we have the choice as to how we will respond. Now, the next chapter is an impending, crucial decision, I'm sure, before all of us and before various nations. There is an impending, crucial decision. We know it is so regarding the Brexit in the Great Britain and United Kingdom, and you will know how that works out by the time you get here. It may have been already a distant and past event. We don't know yet. And we don't know whether the present selfish retrogression in the United States will continue, or whether the assertion of democratic principles will call it to a halt, and whether we can get back on track with the principles which Master R foresaw with regard to the United States, he being regent of the United States and regent of Great Britain, or of Europe in general, let us say. Yeah. So in a little while, we'll go on here, and well, look how it begins. As the last month of the present sad year is upon us, I come to you with a message. Okay. Obviously, while the German forces were temporarily stopped, in regard to Russia, they've made other gains, and there has been a continuing occupation through of France, and through sympathetic political party, and of Denmark, and of Norway with the Quisling group. It doesn't look good at this time, and the decision is coming, as the Tibetan has said. So there's kind of a drama going on here, and maybe one can feel oneself participating in it. Whether we were on the inside of life or out into incarnation, I'm sure that many of us participated in these events, which the Tibetan looks at as events within a sad year. Okay, I'll be back shortly and try to continue this. Okay, I'm back. And we're going to deal here with an impending crucial decision. We're on page 337, and I think we began at 332 to 337. I can't help but feel the drama of all this, as if it's happening now. I don't know why that is, but I'll just go with this. Obviously, one of the greatest crises facing humanity was taking place at that time. And we made it through so far. But even after the war, in the introduction to the Problems of Humanity book, the Tibetan was writing about some dire things that might happen. And as I've said, we can only hope that Foster Bailey did indeed contact him in the early 50s, and that the assurance would be given that there would be no Third World War or further atomic war. I don't know how the Tibetan could have been certain of this, and we really don't know. We suspect the veracity, the truthfulness, the accuracy of what Foster Bailey said. But still, humanity faces severe challenges until we enter the Aquarian Age, and even then, the first 720 years or so will be characterized by difficulty under Saturn. So let's see what this crucial decision may be, since we've been told that by the time the sun moves northward in 1942, one victor or the other will emerge. Not that humanity would necessarily know it, but it would work out that way. So here we are, and we have at least done May, maybe June. I don't know, maybe not. September, October, and now December. A lot of writing in 1941. As the last month of the present sad year is upon us, I come to you with a message. The determination and the inner purpose of humanity will be so definite during the period when the sun will begin to move northward from December 25th until June 22nd, 1942. That is the summer equinox or Cancer equinox. That the future of humanity for many hundreds of years will be decided. I wonder what that inspired in people who were active at the time and uncertain. We have the advantage of knowing that the Allies won the Second World War. From that decision will date the coming New Age. That's quite a statement. From that decision will date the coming New Age. Well, elsewhere he told us that in 2117, the astrological lineup of the vernal equinox with the last degree of Aquarius would be occurring, but let's see what he may mean here. Or maybe, I can see a conditioning moment. On that decision, the hierarchy will be able to make prediction and determine action. In that decision will be discovered the point of evolution of the mass of men. Just imagine that you're one of the headquarters group at that time and you're receiving this with its irresistibly dire implications. We don't know which way it will go. But a decision will be made by the equinox. And remember that, no, it's not the equinox. I'm sorry. It's the solstice. All right. So it's the solstice, really, isn't it? Okay. Hope you stayed with me long enough to discover that I discovered my mistake. The summer solstice in the north and the Cancer, also called this the Cancer solstice. All right. Because that's when one power or another is dominant. And generally, the higher power is dominant across the earth at the December solstice, and the more outer elemental power is dominant at the Cancer solstice. The mass of men will be involved in this decision. I urge you to face the future with strength, to free your minds from all vestiges of doubt, and to know in your own life and for the race that the forces of materialism will not triumph. Again, I say to you, the hierarchy stands. Go forward with assurance. And you kind of wonder, when later he spoke of the thought within the hierarchy, the determination that humanity would go down, something to the effect of, we thought humanity would go down to defeat. You wonder how he can say what he's saying here. But it is the correct attitude for workers who have to work towards the liberation of humanity and towards the right decision. All vestiges of doubt have to be cast away, and some kind of strength has to be preserved, and an assurance that the forces of cruelty will not triumph. That could be very useful. So is he speaking out of his own assurance here, or is DK speaking from assurance, or because he must speak this way to maintain morale? It's hard to say. I mean, he's, like all masters, he's unfailingly truthful. And this indeed is how it worked out. But things said later will indicate that the hierarchy was very uncertain, and then made the determination that humanity, in fact, would go down to defeat. A deeply rooted subjective process is taking place in the human consciousness. This needs to be recognized in the nature of invocation, understood by all who seek to aid their fellow men. As I explained in detail, and he refers us to a book earlier written in the mid-30s, Esoteric Astrology, and gives us the pages. This process of invocation falls into two stages in the life of the individual and also today in the life of humanity as a whole, probably aspirant and disciple. The stage of aspiration, irregular and vague, but gradually becoming focused and assuming power, probably, to a degree under Sagittarius, which makes that which is diffuse and inchoate well directed. And the stage of mysticism with its uncomfortably recognized dualism. This merges into occultism, which is the intelligent study of that which is hidden. That's a good one we should remember. It is because all these stages are actively present today that we have the dire and widespread crisis. Um, all right. So let's split this paragraph a bit. Okay. So it's a subjective process, okay? And two stages are part of it, and we'll note them. The stage of aspiration, irregular, and gradually becoming focused and uh, one-pointed, and regular and consistent, I suppose. That's one. And the stage of mysticism. Uh-huh. Okay. I suppose that was a save going on there. The stage of mysticism with its uncomfortably recognized dualism. And then, as is the case, I think, for so many of us who may have spent that life or two in a monastic living, then comes occultism. And this merges into occultism, which is the intelligent study of that which is hidden. And all of these things are occurring simultaneously, and hence he attributes the dire and widespread crisis. So he attributes the dire and widespread crisis to the simultaneity of these three stages. Well, many things have contributed to it, and elsewhere he has talked about the influence of the Black Lodge and the continuing selfishness of humanity. Here, humanity is already seeking some kind of exit from its constrained and hampered life. It was the need to give a constructive trend and to focus the invoked energies which led me under instruction from the hierarchy to give out at widely separated points of time two stanzas or parts of a great occult mantram. The first one to help focus the aspirants from whom it met with full response. The second one was also offered to the masses, apparently within the masses are the aspirants, but was intended to be a test and a decision in a time of crisis, hence made its appeal to the mentally focused aspirants and disciples. I guess you can be an emotionally focused aspirant and still at a higher point of the spiral, a mentally focused aspirant. Well, these, he works under permission. It's interesting to see. And he gave out at two widely separate points, about 5 years apart, two stanzas of a great occult mantram. Here he's calling them stanzas, and probably that which we call the great invocation is the third stanza, and maybe we can call sometimes the sections within the entire invocation we call a stanza, but maybe it's more correct to say that these invocations are themselves stanzas of a great occult mantram, and that there are sections within them. For instance, maybe 5 sections within the great invocation with which we presently work. So, two goals or two responses expected from first from aspirants, and then from those more mentally focused. It was kind of a test, and those who had the more mental focus responded probably accepting in a way that accepted instead of rejected this very first ray, second stanza, if we call it that, or second invocation. I am explaining this because world conditions today warrant the use of both stanzas now, and then after the war, of course, the third stanza or the third invocation, which we use so frequently, issued forth, or permission was given to try to formulate it. The great invocation, as earlier used, should again be made available to the masses. The second stanza should be used by thinkers, occultists, and disciples, and all who respond to its notes. It's the end of 1941, and he's talking about a period leading up to June 22nd, 1942, at which a great decision will have made, which will be determining for some hundreds of years and may result, so he thinks, in delay. Well, we don't know what that decision was yet, but we know that by other means, the waiting delay was circumvented. So he's giving another assignment to this responsive group who has to help with the manifestation of the plan on the physical plane. So in doing this, there will be need on your part of great skill and action so that you may rightly and wisely distribute the two invocations. The one will invoke the rider from the secret place and aid in his evocation, for it is the rider from the secret place who is referred to and invoked in the first invocation. That's interesting, because the rider is mentioned in the second. The other will invoke the lords of liberation, and it looks like also, I would say, and also the rider. Okay. So, let the forces of light bring illumination to mankind. Let the spirit of peace be spread abroad. Let men of goodwill everywhere meet in a spirit of cooperation. May forgiveness on the part of all men be the keynote at this time. Let power attend the efforts of the great ones. Let's see, I think I'm forgetting one section here. Okay, let me find this. Power attend the efforts. There we are. Let the forces of light bring illumination to mankind. Let the spirit of peace be spread abroad. Let men of goodwill everywhere meet in a spirit of cooperation. May forgiveness on the part of all men be the keynote at this time. Let power attend the efforts of the great ones. Perhaps that refers to the rider. So let it be, and help us to do our part. Now, in the second invocation, the rider is definitely invoked. So at this time, 1941, December, and leading to June 22nd, 1942, the second stanza should be used by thinkers. occultists and disciples, and it will be necessary to present it wisely so people do not reject it and know why they might be using it. The one will invoke the writer from the secret place and aid in his evocation, for it is the writer in the secret place who is referred to and invoked in the first invocation. Is he a member of the forces of light? The other will invoke the lords of liberation. Well, it appears that both the lords of liberation and the writer are specifically invoked in the second invocation, and it's difficult unless we include the writer among the forces of light. Let the forces of light bring illumination to mankind. Well, possibly that is the way it might work. Otherwise, it's a little confusing to me. But anyway, the writer from the secret place is definitely invoked in invocation 2, and so are the lords of liberation. Now, both of them will be used together. The blended invocation and the united call from the different levels of human consciousness, and that's important, will bring a mighty appeal to bear upon the hidden centers of the saving force. Now, by the saving force, he means different things at different times, but it usually is a combination of that which Shambhala hierarchy and humanity can produce. It is this united appeal which now must be organized, because these forces need not only the invocation of the disciples, they need the invocation of those who still work within the mass consciousness and the aspirants emerging from them. There can be an expert use of the great invocation by initiates, but there must be an aligning with those who represent the third aspect, the masses, as well as those excuse me, who represent the second aspect. And the initiates, in a way, would represent the first aspect. Thus, the mass of humanity will be stimulated to move forward into light, and the new world cycle, beginning in Aquarius, will be definitely inaugurated by humanity itself. Now, maybe there is a kind of technical, positional inauguration, which occurs at the Venus transit, perhaps of 2117. It is 2117 when these alignments occur, the vernal equinox touching what must stand for the 30th degree, or the last degree of Aquarius, and as we do move clockwise and backwards, that 30th degree is the point, which signals technically the beginning of the age of Aquarius. But here is the idea that humanity, responding in the right way, will participate in the inauguration of the new age. All right, this has been a short little section, relatively, and we note that instructions are being given out to the headquarters group, perhaps, or, well, to the group that was intimately working with Alice Bailey, I would say. So, this is preparation for a great decision, a really important one. And he goes on, and here we are, not quite at, we might say, not quite at June 1942 on the 22nd, not quite. But this is an important moment, sort of midway between when the last letter was written, more or less, and a little further than halfway, April, May, June, maybe 2/3 of the way, and then preparing for this decision. I wonder if there is a June letter, or whether he will simply write at a later time about what happened in May. My goodness, he's really, whew, he is going slowly here and writing a lot. Is there anything here? Okay, let's see. June. This is the moment of decision. And we really don't know yet whether humanity made the right decision. But we do know that invocations of the masses and of the more trained units of humanity, the aspirants and disciples, did rise and reach the forces of liberation, the forces of enlightenment, the forces of light in general. They did rise to Shambhala, and we learn later that there was a response. I wonder if he will tell us whether there has been actually a sufficiency of invocation in his eyes, because, the masters did seem a little discouraged as they were writing about their thoughts prior to the intervention of the Lords of Liberation. But here we are, April 1942, and we went from December 41 to April of 42 on our way to the 22nd of June, 1942. I have been working with AAB as my amanuensis since November of 1919. You kind of wonder, I think some of our groups have been determining the day of contact and so forth. Was it in Scorpio or was it later in Sagittarius? It would be interesting to know that. During that period, the world has seen great and significant changes, and one of the most significant has been the phenomenal growth of spiritual perception. This shows itself in the fact that in spite of the world catastrophe, in spite of the rampant horror and evil which is stalking our planet, and in spite of human pain, terror, suspense, and uncertainty, there are today two factors present in the human consciousness: the vision of a better future and a fixed, unalterable determination to make that vision fact in human experience. This better world is to be the world in which the spiritual values will control, viewing those values as that which is good and right for the whole of humanity and not simply as religious and theological interpretations. Spiritual perception has become inclusive and now concerns the physical plane as well as the metaphysical. I mean, the sixth ray really dichotomized and kept spirituality pretty far from the physical plane. This physical plane, the realm of old Adam, the realm of sin, the realm of all that is vile and repugnant. That's how the sixth ray looked at it. Okay. In spite of the world catastrophe, all of this I'm going to keep as one, and the first part, the phenomenal growth of spiritual perception. How grateful we have to be to this collaboration between the Tibetan and Alice Bailey. Of course, it didn't just begin then. Word has it that they did work together in earlier times, and in this way that the Tibetan was the inner reporting disciple, when Alice Bailey was a chela in the light, and we don't know when that would have taken place, but it established a close bond and rapport between them, which could be renewed, reignited according to need, and the need presented itself in the 20th century for the second in this series of bridging treatises. So spiritual perception has, and this is so important, if we simply leave spirituality in the realm of theology and away from the physical plane, we are not being inclusive at all. We are shutting out the plane on which we are forced to live, and we are maybe shutting out five ashrams anyway, that are not particularly connected with the religious approach. Ray 6 sponsors the religious approach. Ray 2 also, in a broader and more comprehending manner. So in spite of all this problem, humanity is on its way. And a spiritual civilization is one in which spiritual values will control. Now that's a big, that's a hard sell, so to speak, right there. Because people are so blinded that they believe that the church has some kind of monopoly on spirituality. And what we've seen is the church can be a hotbed of what we call sin. Our present Pope is discovering this as he has to take increasing responsibility for that which has been committed in the church due to the unnatural stifling of the sex impulse and the possibility of perversion and the inheritance of certain tendencies which pre-existed Christianity. In Greece, we know that type of relationship was often to the forefront, even among the groups of philosophers. So the balance between men and women was not achieved. The man was conceived as too high and the woman too low, and that balance is now being corrected. It is not perhaps easy for you to realize the importance of this development, which again, in the face of all contending forces, has enabled men to recognize that the kingdom of God must function on earth. What can we say about it? There is a word of power, the highest and the lowest meet. It's a word of power for the seventh ray and signals the bringing together of heaven and earth. So we have to interpret spirituality much more widely. He has said it's a tremendous victory for the dark forces, that spirituality has been confined in the minds of people to the strictly religious field. It leaves the other ashrams out of the picture, and it's just wrong. So this is an important development, that the notion of spirituality should be far more widely extended. The kingdom of God must function on earth. It's not just in some distant heaven with all that is on earth being regarded as evil, that it must be externalized, and that it need not be some distant point of wishful thinking, but should condition man's daily life and control all his planning for the future. For this men are working and fighting. Well, we are living in that age which many would consider to be secular, but the coming together of the religious and secular will take place, and there is here a new definition of spirituality, anything that really helps humanity go forward into a higher quality of life is spiritual. We remember then that the soul is the quality of life. They call the vision by many names, I guess according to the ashram, better world conditions, the new world order, world reconstruction, the new civilization, brotherhood, fellowship, world federation, international understanding. It matters not. It is the theme of betterment, of universal welfare, of general security, of widespread opportunity, irrespective of race, color, or creed. This is the factor of importance. The underlying purposes of God are working out, and with this note, I seek to begin my WASEC communication to you. Some of the most important messages came in relation to these WASEC communications. Now, we live in a time when it is predicted that the WASEC festival will not, as it were, go on forever, and that something else will take over other than the Buddha. And this was given out in the WASEC message of 1946. In that message also, the kind of wisdom ashram was announced, and people pounced on that, and although it was for very high members within the hierarchy, they imagined themselves as special and as members of that ashram rather than of ashrams in a more conventional sense. The urge to be distinctive, to be special, to be noteworthy, to stand out, all these kind of Leonian, lower Leonian factors, that urge is very strong in humanity. And when a teaching is given, the lower ego takes advantage of it and seeks to own the emerging teaching, and then begins to see competition between it and that which has gone before, oftentimes crediting that which follows as superior to that which has gone before, and when in fact that which has gone before may be the true teaching, and that which follows may have a lot of elements of glamour. Okay, so the vision is coming, and it's just everything we would call a better world, a happier humanity, a more fulfilled humanity. Depending on your ashram, you can give different names to it. All these names count. Better world conditions, the new world order, kind of a seventh ray thing there. World reconstruction. There are second ray elements of the builder in there, and the Uranian impulses there. The new civilization under the Lord of civilization on the third and seventh rays. Brotherhood involving so much of Gemini, but also Venus, also Jupiter, fellowship, the fellowship of souls, world federation, unity, the Aquarian variety within unity, unity and variety. The United States started out as a federation, preserving for the states some degree of sovereignty, international understanding, when it's so easy because of language and projection to misunderstand. Anyway, whatever names we want to use, he doesn't care. It doesn't matter as long as the theme of betterment, of universal welfare, of general security, of widespread opportunity, irrespective of race, color, or creed, that's what's important. That's the factor of importance. So we have to broaden people's understanding of, why they go to church and what is to be found there that is not found elsewhere. We have to give space for all the rays and not just one or two. This is the hopeful and most important side from the angle of hierarchy, who view all world events from the angle of the future. And there we go. That's why he's taking us forward as hierarchy follows the straight knowledge, the revelation of that which is to come. This is their method of working. And we are being introduced to it so we don't languish and pine over superficially difficult situations, as so many people at the time were doing. Of course, it's understandable if you think you're going to be overcome and conquered, the fear reaction does enter, of course. But he does everything he can to strengthen the interior attitude so that there will be a great resistance to the overcoming of light by darkness. He sometimes, Moria calls those upon the left-hand path and those within the dark brotherhood, he calls them dark extinguishers. Wherever there is a light burning, they seek to put it out. Sometimes he's very, very direct in his naming of who they are and what they are. But the Tibetan too is direct, and when he talks about their home on the astral plane as a place of endless death, and he calls them lords of wicked pride and hateful lust, that's pretty direct also, isn't it? Anyway, from the angle of the future, and we can see that the reactionary forces are looking at everything from the angle of the past. They glorify the past and think that all new things are threatening. We know people like that. They're fearful. They want their security. The past is a world that never was, in a way, at least in the manner it is conceived. But they want to go back to it because there is the reduction of fear with those familiar patterns. There is, however, the other side. It is not necessarily for me to emphasize the seriousness of the situation. The war is not yet won, and certainly if the year June 22nd was to be pivotal and decisive, then add to that the year 1942, when the sun moves northward at the Capricorn solstice. Naturally, the war is not yet won. At the time of writing, in spite of sporadic successes and the staying power of the Allied nations, and in spite of a basic trend towards ultimate victory, which we can expect of humanity eventually, the powers of evil have had things very much their own way. They have triumphantly moved forward, except in Russia. There they have been stopped by the elements, and that was really important. Their eventual failure came because they insisted on fighting a two-front war. This was to be expected at first, because if evil is simply the dominance of matter and the negation of spiritual values, it is obvious that on the material plane the line of least resistance is to be found for them. Their initial triumphing is therefore to be expected. Their initial triumph in the blitzkrieg, the lightning-like war. Their initial triumphing is therefore to be expected. The course of the war hitherto has demonstrated this. They have won the initial rounds, but they tired. And it is thus with Aries, which spiritually rules Germany, but which can be appropriated by the first-rate personality of Germany, since Aries is the major, at this time, the major first-rate sign. When the spiritually minded people of the world, the men and women of goodwill, the idealists and the kindly, decent folk in every land, can bring to bear upon the physical plane the same unified determination and the same united will to victory that the forces of evil have shown, then the forces of light will assume the upper hand and control human affairs. So I'm going to kind of seize onto that. It is a call, and somehow probably was met. Now, December 1941, I forgot to mention Pearl Harbor. In the beginning of December of 1941, December 7th, as Roosevelt called it, a day that will live in infamy, with the Japanese ambassador there deceptively suing for peace, or maybe he was surprised by his instructions and then the counteraction in Japan. It was December 1941. And that meant now not only the two-front war of Germany, but as Congress ratified the declaration of war on Japan and shortly afterwards on Germany by the United States, so the nation who was the greatest and most powerful of the neutrals entered the war. Other neutrals did not. They had worked out some agreements with Germany along financial lines and maybe along resource lines, and they did not enter. Spain, in fact, entered more on the side of the fascists. But they supported in other ways these neutral countries, as I mentioned, and they sent volunteers, battalions, maybe not marked by any great announcement, but supporting the cause of the Allies. I think Sweden did that. I think Switzerland did that. The neutrals tended to help in that way. Well, notice how the Russian winter played into this, They have triumphantly moved forward, except in Russia, where they bogged down in the mud of the coming winter. So the same kind of commitment, usually the forces of evil respond first. And he talks about even the mantrams of the Hitler Youth, strength through joy, joy through strength, something like that. Could almost be out of the Ode to Joy. It could be. So the forces of evil have shown then a brilliant determination, and he's calling upon the forces of light to show the same. So I will read this one more time. When the spiritually minded people of the world, the men and women of goodwill, the idealists, and the kindly, decent folk in every land can bring to bear upon the physical plane the same unified determination and the same united will to victory that the forces of evil have shown, then the forces of light will assume the upper hand and control human affairs. It's always that first evil seems to prevail because they do not have scruples. They do not have regrets about what they do. They are not stopped by a morality which the German education tried to eradicate from their consideration. That's why Christianity and, of course, Judaism, the morality of both was was so hated and despised because it would hold back action on the doctrine that might makes right, when in fact from the New Testament and the Old Testament even we find really that right makes might. The difficulty with which the hierarchy was confronted in the effort to bring this about was due to the fact that the condition of unity of method, and of interrelation had to be brought about without any infringement of the free will of the individual, group, or nation. Now, that was not the case for the Axis powers. They could force it. They could force this unity of objective. You don't want to play according to our rules, then you die, you know? So there was a regimentation that is allowed with the evildoers because they reject this law of freedom coming from Sirius. The occult law of spiritual freedom had to be recognized and protected. You cannot hit the center of will if you work under the law of freedom from Sirius. You can persuade, you can invite, you can convince, you can do all those things, but you cannot compel. You cannot compel when you are working under the forces of light. No such recognition or safeguarding hinders the activities of the forces of evil. I guess winning is everything. We have people today for whom winning is everything, and morality is thrown out the window. There is no conscience. One is cut from the soul. Let's just put that down. The soul the soul is conscience. The soul is conscience. And these representatives of evil are cut from the soul and its messages that was educated out of them. They are told to consider such things as effeminate. So that was a great insult in those days because it was identification entirely with the first ray. It's interesting that it is said of these masters or these initiates in the Black Lodge that they were largely the first ray types. And I'm thinking that because they came largely from the previous solar system, their monads were on the third ray, or maybe subsidiary rays. The will to power and an organized evil minority took control. An organized evil minority. Not just the 6 surrounding Hitler making 7 altogether, but others who expanded those numbers, but still were a minority and evil. Freedom of conscience and of action was removed, and the enforced submission of the majority to the will of a ruthless minority brought about a spurious but temporarily more effective unity. A spurious unity. This has been lacking in the case of the United Nations, i.e. the Allies, fighting for the forces of light and on behalf of human freedom. He tells us this about the single eye, and how the single eye is so important. Where thine eye is single, thy whole body shall be filled with light, and accomplishment becomes possible in a way that is not possible when forces are divided. So I suppose one of the objectives lying before the training of humanity along spiritual lines is to be perceptive enough to strike on behalf of the good and in a unified manner, which is not compelled by other forces, but to strike in a way that will defend against the inevitable conscience-less strikes of the forces of evil. See, there's a handicap there, because people must obey the law if they are fighting for the good. And there was no law for the evil forces, just prevail. Might makes right, they said. So now 3 hours and 3 minutes have passed. Okay. And we are on page 340, so we have moved from 332 to 340. Freedom, my brothers, can itself prove a limitation when it delays right action. So some kind of greater moral maturity is needed by the forces associated with light. When it centers attention upon the petty differences and upon the personality inclinations of people, and when it serves to prevent that unity of action which can win the war. So what must happen is a freely chosen unification of the forces who stand against evil. And this is harder to produce. It just seems, and DK seems to back it up, that the Black Lodge, without scruples, always gets in there first and is able to have their way. It has been necessary for the leaders of the peoples to take valuable time to bring them to a proper sense of values and to the realization that individual and national differences and points of political and religious disagreement must all give place to the one supreme requirement, the winning of the war and the releasing of humanity from the threatened slavery, the steadily mounting fear, and the world domination of the Black Lodge. I was reading, came across my screen, that there are some 20,000 young boys who had been sold into slavery in an African country. Is it Ghana? There's a great lake, and they are forced, because they have been given up for the price of money, to help the fishermen to whom they've been sold, oftentimes risking their life to do so. You know, what's coming to light is that slavery is far from dead in our world. And we have the idea that in the United States, Abraham Lincoln, with his Emancipation Proclamation, freed the slaves, but there are slaves all over the world. And if they're not slaves under the threat of force by weapons and other means of keeping people in line, then they are economic slaves. They are compelled to work for what's called slave wages. And they can have no kind of life. One of the boys was saying, like the others, I wish I could go to school. I don't like this place, but I have to be here. And imagine the economic disparities in the world, that parents are so poor, financially speaking, that they have to sell their children into slavery. It is just not acceptable, is it? It's not acceptable. As I have earlier told you, an ancient conflict is again in full swing, and humanity has now the opportunity to settle it once and for all, and forever after be free in a sense not hitherto known. It is the ancient Atlantean conflict. It was resolved in part at that time, and the forces of light seemed to prevail, but not to any great extent. And they had to withdraw and leave humanity on its own, and still victim to a Black Lodge which had not been entirely beaten. And even at this conflict, the once and for all never really occurred, because the actions of certain countries left ajar the door to the place where evil dwells, as it's said in the great invocation. So, still, the possibility of a victory of the Black Lodge remains. But as I said, once the hierarchy and the Christ are truly again physically in presence upon the planet, so that every eye shall see them, then the forces of materialism really will be driven back, and it will be a long time before they can emerge again for yet another conflict, which in those days will be decisive and amount to the judgment day, wherein the sheep are separated from the goats. It's referring to those ruled by Aries and those ruled by Capricorn. The goats are still the preeminent symbols of the initiate. One day, he tells us, all initiation will be under Aries, but right now, Aries is more associated with Mars and either the overdevelopment or underdevelopment of the personality. So, anyway, the ancient conflict with the same leaders is in full swing and could be resolved. But no, it was not entirely so, although they were driven back. The Tibetan quoted from the Bible, the man who had swept his house clean of, was it one devil or many? Anyway, he came back later to find that the number of devils had increased and had returned to infest his house. And of course, that refers to obsession, because we live, in a house here. This vehicle is a house. Every vehicle is a house. And there are those forces which are intruding to a place within the house. And they compel. People do horrible things under obsession, governmental figures have been assassinated because the unwitting individual heard a voice which says, kill that person, and responded. So multiple personalities involved there, and people who used to be normal become multiple, and that which obsesses does terrible things. So this whole psychological dimension of obsession and possession has to be understood. So anyway, a type of freedom could be coming, he says. There was a freeing up. This conflict falls into 3 stages. So let's see what these 3 stages are, and how they were, anticipated and thought of as he looked ahead to the possibilities. The stage of physical warfare in which we are now engaged, and from which, at least at that time, there is no escape. Once you're in the thick of the war, you can't be meditating by the side of the ocean and doing your ohms and praying for peace. I mean, it's okay, but there are actions that have to be taken. They are unpleasant actions. They are sacrificial. They risk your life. Okay, it happens. Number 2, the stage of reorganizing world affairs when the war is over. That's another stage which falls into a couple of phases. The establishing of right human relations during a prolonged armistice, if possible. Well, that didn't happen between World War I and II. There was an armistice, but the relations continued to deteriorate and the hate continued to build up. This phase will prove in many ways as difficult as the war itself, but will work out on mental and emotional levels of warfare instead of physical. You kind of wonder, are we now in a kind of armistice? Are we now in a kind of armistice? However you spell this. Okay, there it is. And so, right human relations, that's one task. And another is the task of rehabilitation. It's interesting that he referred to the armistice because, was the victory absolutely decisive in World War II. He talked about the door left ajar. He referred to that and how we may be in worse trouble later. And there is a psychological, mental, emotional warfare going on right now. So are we in an armistice? This stage of rehabilitation under the forces of construction. This will be both physical and spiritual in scope, and will embrace those activities which stretch all the way from the rebuilding of blasted cities, the restoration of the scorched earth, the psychological care of the youth, the sick in mind and the bewildered, and the renunciation of the essential re-enunciation. Okay, that's important. Not the renunciation, re-enunciation of the spiritual values, essential spiritual values, which must guide humanity in the future. So, okay, this will involve the will to good, which seems to carry a certain quality of the second ray along with the will. So the first one involves the will to victory. That's pretty pure first ray. And the second one, after reorganizing and rehabilitation, involves the will to good. I've often felt that the good is some kind of archetypal pattern. And when there is a pattern, the second ray is involved. So I'm just going to use the same color for the same section. These two. And we'll use the violet color for the next one. Right. I'm sorry. It's not from the talking that this comes. The talking actually seems to help. Then, finally, the third point, the stage wherein will come the recognition of the opportunities of peace, the right of security, and the planned education of the youth in all lands in the principles of the New Age. And this will involve the will to organize. Now, that will to organize, what comes out of Shambhala? Purification, destruction, but also organization. Well, maybe during the armistice, there is a kind of purification. We do seem to be in a kind of armistice. There are armed camps. The world has been divided into armed camps, which he said are not stable and can and will lead to an explosion if that's the destiny that humanity chooses for itself. So what do we have here? We have the will to victory, will to victory, the will to good. I'm going to, of course, as I do, I have to make it bigger so it stands out. Will to good. And, I'd like to make that G a capital, but this is the way he has it. Will to victory, will to good. I think if I do this, and the will to oneness, no, organize, the will to organize. So, on all three levels of human living, mankind will be conditioned by a tendency towards the good, the beautiful, and the true. So, we have not yet entered into that recognition of the opportunities of peace and the right use of security and the planned education of the youth in all lands in the principles of the New Age. No, let's just say not yet has this occurred. So there has been delay, and I oftentimes feel that delay is the result of having to deal with atomic weaponry when it was not foreseen that such weaponry would appear until the age of Capricorn. But somehow that fifth ray ashram really got going under stress and produced it. So the good, the beautiful, and the true. There will be a reconditioning of humanity. So I'm grateful for that idea of the armistice, because the Tibetan warned us about living in an armed camp. There's an apparent peace, but now again, powerful nations are arming, and others who do not have the bomb are searching for it because they think that it gives them status and clout and the ability to demand their way in the world. South Korea does not have the bomb, but North Korea does, and we see the difference in the motivations. Speaking esoterically, the personality of humanity will be integrated and reoriented towards the good life, a new and better way. For the attainment of these objectives, I summon you today and all whom you can reach, because that was such an important thing, the reaching widely of people. Maybe we have to train the smaller groups in how to reach the people. That's done under the second ray, but under the third ray is the actual vocal reaching of the group. So these are the three types of will which are to appear and under, let's see if I can do this, and under them the good, the beautiful, and the true emerge. I think there's no question but that we are after these values, which hopefully will emerge during the Aquarian age. I cannot say that they are necessarily connected with one decanate or another. You can make a case for certain decanates, but it seems that all three must coexist in every decanate. And it will be harder in the first decanate to have them emerge because of the basic decisions which humanity has to make regarding sharing. So speaking esoterically, the personality of humanity must be integrated and reoriented towards the good life and a better way for the attainment of these obstacles. And for the attainment of these objectives, we don't want to attain the obstacles. The other side wants that. For the attainment of these objectives, I summon you today and all whom you can reach. Okay. I should like to incorporate at this point part of what I said elsewhere. And I wonder where that elsewhere was. Maybe it's in this book, I don't know. But anyway, we are on page, we've gone up to 342. So basically here, we've run from 332 to 340. Okay. And we begin then with 340, and we're on 342. I'll try to finish this section. I don't know whether I can, but previously written. One thing you must constantly bear, let's see if we can sort of remember him saying these things. One thing you must constantly bear in mind when the war is over, when this time of acute trial and tribulation have come to an end, a great spiritual awakening of a quality and nature quite unpredictable now will arrive. Well, it did, you know. In the Western countries particularly, I think, there was a great spiritual awakening, indeed. And the cause of much hope. After all, during this awakening, and maybe more towards its beginning, the Christ assumed the vestures of the Buddha, and by that we probably mean the triadal vehicles of the Buddha. I don't think we mean the lower and personal vehicles. At least that's my impression. So there was a great spiritual awakening, and it manifested in all kinds of ways. It was much rejected by many of the more conventional people. But those who are now older but were young then, you know, they learned much, and there was a great hope. Now, the question is, could it be sustained? And probably our answer there is it was not. Although there is still a great undercurrent of spirituality, and many groups have been formed for the amelioration of the human condition and for the leading of humanity into greater light and love and care of the planet. You know, it has to be part of the divine plan. It's the ecological movement is so very important. The war will have taught humanity many lessons and will have torn the veil of self away from many eyes. Egotism, lower ego, values which have been hitherto expressed and understood only by those whose eyes are on God, will be the goal and the desire of untold thousands. True understanding between men and between nations will be a longed-for objective, and what humanity determines to have, it ever succeeds in achieving. This is an occult law, for desire is as yet the strongest force in the world. Organized, unified desire has been the basic reason for the appalling Axis successes. You know, the Tibetan writes in such a way that you are lifted out of the misery of the present into a time when a great victory has been achieved. So here we have the lessons which humanity learned during the war, or will have taught humanity many lessons. And there will be a movement towards holiness, which now, at the time of the writing, was only the case for the few who had their eyes on God. So the spiritualization of many will or did emerge, and I think we saw that. And we could have wished that it would carry on, but the forces of materialism had their counterattack, and those who responded so much to the second ray were, in their view, giving away too much, you know, because these forces of materialism naturally The members of these forces were materialists, and their values were material. And when the great revolution in consciousness occurred, the values were no longer material. They were threateningly ethereal. And so a counterattack took place, and, in a way, we're still in the middle of that counterattack. The only factor which can successfully oppose desire is will, using the word in its spiritual connotation and as an expression of the first great divine aspect. So powerful in, let's just say, will, desire. Okay, desire in our astral Buddhic solar system is the greatest force. And upon our planet, which has an astral body which is yet far from tamed, it is a great force, maybe the greatest. So there has to be regulation here to overcome desire, but will, if we understood it, could overcome desire. There has been but little of that organized spiritual will shown by the United Nations. The Allies are animated naturally by desire for victory, desire for the arrival of the end of this all-engulfing world cataclysm, by desire for peace and the return of stability, the desire, notice, it's a litany, how often we use the word desire, the desire to end war once and for all, and to break its constantly recurring cycle. Remember the monadic types on page 1081 or 1082 of Treatise on Cosmic Fire, the recurring sons of war, they are called, right? And the steadily mounting desire to bring to a finish the terrible toll of suffering, of cruelty, of death, of starvation, and of fear, which is gripping humanity by the throat, interestingly, because then you cannot speak your truth in the attempt to strangle out its life. There has been but little of the organized spiritual will shown by the United Nations, and we, in our own individual circles, have got to learn the nature of spiritual will and how it is different from desire. It seems to come out of one's own center, and desire is still rather eccentric. So, desire also animated the Allies. Not so much spiritual will. And that's something we really have to understand. What motivated this war effort on behalf of the Allies? Well, will had a lot to do with the motivation of the Black Lodge, but it was not spiritual will, certainly not spiritual will. It was the personal will, and the will for the aggrandizement of the ego on a national level, and that's called nationalism. Deutschland über alles, Germany over all, above all, and other songs which brought the selfish national ideal forward. So how do we in our own life distinguish between whether we are animated by spiritual will coming through the sacrifice petals and through still higher aspects of our egoic lotus and beyond, from the atmic plane altogether, spiritual will and desire, even of high desire. And that, I think that has to be not only thought through, but felt through as well. But all this determination is in most cases simply the expression of fixed and united desire. It is not the organized use of the will. We'll have to have a compilation. We do have a compilation on the will. We will have to discuss what it is. I think it will be very important. I just, I have to hang in there to do that. Um, I make a number of promises here, and I'd like to be able to carry them through. Not just fixed and united desire, but that which must be. The will works in relation to that which must be, and in relation to which there is no giving up until that which must be actually is. The secret of the will lies in the recognition of the divine nature of man. Remember, divinity, monad, and logoic plane. The two levels of the monad, and all the rest is Brahma. Spirituality is there, below divinity, and then ordinary life below spirituality. So the secret of the will lies in the recognition of the divine nature of man. Only this can evoke the true expression of the will, because we have to be willing to follow the divine nature, just as the Christ was in the Garden of Gethsemane. He was contacting the monadic plane and his Father in heaven, and he expressed his willingness. It has, in fact, to be evoked by the soul, which we have become, as it dominates the human mind and controls the personality. So, what do we say here? The soul fused, the soul infused personality invokes the will. The secret of the will is also closely tied in with the recognition of the unconquerable nature of goodness and the inevitability of the ultimate triumph of good. It's inspiring thought. This is not determination. It is not whipping up and stimulating desire so that it can be transmuted into will. It is not an implacable, unshakable, immovable focusing of all energies in the need to triumph. The enemies of the forces of light are adept at that. Victory for the United Nations does not lie. Notice how already he's calling them not just the allies, but the United Nations. He's looking ahead to the time when they become the United Nations. Victory for the United Nations does not lie in the effort to produce this focusing with better effect than the enemy. The use of the will is not expressed by an iron, notice the Martian factor there, an iron fixation to stand steady and not yield to evil forces. Determination, the focusing of energy, and the demonstration of an all-out effort towards victory are only, where the United Nations are concerned, the expression of a one-pointed desire for peace and for the ending of the trouble. This type of effort is something which the masses can give, and which they do give on both sides of this conflict, because we begin to see that the masses, even in Germany, are not really wanting that which has been visited upon them. So he tells you all the things that it's not, and probably some of what is said here has made its way into your recognition, the recognition of the divine nature of man and the unconquerable future of goodness, the unconquerability of goodness. The will can evoke the true expression of the will. The divine nature can do that. The soul can do that. The unconquerable nature of goodness. So all of this is about the secret of the will, and he's spending most of the time telling us what it isn't. So if we believe this, the unconquerable nature of goodness, we might call it the unconquerable nature of the divine archetype, and the ultimate triumph of that archetype in reorganizing and reordering conditions below. It's not that brittle iron focusing, fixation. It's something else. It is sacrifice. It is forgiving. He's going to let us know what he thinks it is. Not that it's ever easy to understand, and more I'm getting the idea of how necessary it is to discuss the will in compilation form. There is, however, a plus to something else which will swing the tide of victory onto the side of the United Nations. This will come through the effort to understand and express the quality of spiritual will. It will be the manifestation of that energy which makes the first divine aspect of will or power what it is. It is that which is the distinctive feature of the Shambhala force. Oh, yeah. It is that peculiar and distinctive quality of divinity which is so different that even Christ himself was unable to express it with facility and understanding, in the garden, as we had said. Hence, we have the episode in Gethsemane. It is not easy for me to express its significance in words. 2,000 years have gone since Gethsemane and since Christ made his initial contact with Shambhala force. He had contacted his Father in heaven. At various times he spoke with the Father, but maybe not the full Shambhala force. And by this means, and on behalf of humanity, established a relationship which, even after 2,000 years, is but a thin, frail line of connecting energy. It's so different what the will really is. No wonder DK has problem explaining it to us. It is that which is the distinctive feature of the Shambhala force. That's something additional. That plus. Let's draw that to our attention. It was so different. So different. I'm just trying to outline certain things so we do not think that our easily generated definitions of will really capture what it is. And this was Christ made his initial contact with Shambhala force under the most intense circumstances, and when people today, gladly and glibly say they walked in the door of Shambhala and talked with Sanat on, first-hand terms, we have to know there is a difference. So a great relationship was established, but even after 2,000 years, it's but a thin, frail line of energy, even after all that time. So we really are dealing with a mystery when we deal with the esoteric schools. There's something of the will or Shambhala nature or the secret of the first ray at the heart of it all. We don't know what it is. It's certainly not everything that we have thought will to be, but we're going to learn. This will force is nevertheless available for right usage, but the power to express it lies in its understanding as far as may be possible at this midway point in human evolution. Well, why midway? I mean, do we have to become initiates of the 9th degree until it is completed? Then it would indeed be midway, and a bit less, really. And in its group use. So understanding is the key, and group use. Understanding and group use. So I'm going to make that a little stronger, and group use. I mean, the people who make so many claims, they really do have to read this material and think about it. If they reject it, okay, they reject it, but at least it will have been brought to them. So it's my hope, that all of these three instances of bridging treatises will be kept together and will form a great repository of potential study for people who really want to know what is really happening. So it is a unifying synthetic force, but it can be used as a regimenting, standardizing force. May I repeat those two key words to the use of this Shambhala energy: understanding, group use, and understanding. So indeed, that evil group surrounding Hitler did contact the will, a kind of a lower aspect of the will of Shambhala. Without love, they contacted it, and it had a deadly effect upon those who were most influenced and upon humanity in general. They did not have real understanding, but they certainly had group use. The evil group around Hitler had the quality of group use in relation to the will of Shambhala, but not understanding, and not understanding of the goal of this planet, but rather a willing determination to thwart approach to that goal. Mankind has had much difficulty in comprehending the significance of love. If this is so, the problem in relation to the will naturally be still more difficult. For the vast majority of men, true love is still only a theory. Love, as we usually interpret it, works out in kindness, but it is kindness to the form side of life, to the personalities of those around us, and fulfills itself usually in a desire to carry out our obligations and not to obstruct in any way those activities and relationships which tend to bring to the well-being of our fellow men. Well, this is all about love and will. If love is not yet understood, how can will be understood? That's the issue here. It expresses itself in the desire to end abuses and to bring about happier material world conditions. It shows itself in mother love, in love among friends, but seldom as yet in love among groups and nations. Yes, that is something we have to definitely cultivate. It is the theme of the Christian teaching, just as will divinely expressed will be the theme of the coming world religion, and has been the impulse lying behind much good work done in the field of philanthropy and human welfare, but factually, true love has never yet been expressed except by the Christ. Wow, that is a statement. That is an extraordinary statement. Okay, and what I want to do here is isolate this particular sentence, but factually, giving us some idea of the exalted position of the Christ and the strangeness of love to us. I suppose sometimes when we are affected by something we call love and it's so markedly different, then maybe we understand just a little bit of what this love energy is. I've had my moments, I'm sure you have also. What is this? This is not love as I know it, and it's so overwhelmingly inclusive and so much focused on what the individual really is, and has very little to do with attraction towards that individual for personality features, looks, qualities, and all the rest. It's a great divine principle which always and never fails to surprise us. Yeah. So we don't know love. If love is not yet understood, how can will be understood? So really our curriculum is dual. We do try to understand both of these things together. They both work together. And maybe not until the next solar system will we really, really understand. But the Christ in the age of Aquarius, and supported by the avatar of synthesis, a great willing being, will convey to humanity something of this quality of will. Usually it is materialistic, and we have to, when we say we love somebody, what is it we want for them? What is it we hope to see accomplished in their life? What do we want? What do we see? What do we expect? We have to judge of the quality of the expression of that which we call love. So if love is just a theory, then we're not even to that theoretical point when we begin to discuss the true nature of will. Think of how you express love. Think of it. And what are you really expressing? How do you do it? How does it work out for the other person, or for whatever kingdom it may be, upon which you choose to release the energy of love? One can love the animals, one can love the plants, probably the minerals too. One can certainly love the higher kingdoms. What is love to you? DK tells us that the best way to develop love in our psyche is to meditate upon the nature of love. So many things are laid before us as desirable objectives, and we have to make our way there. You might ask why, if this is so, i.e. that we don't really understand love yet, do you emphasize this highest aspect? Why not wait until we know more about love and how to manifest it in our environment. And he says, because it is in its true expression, the will today is needed as a propelling, expulsive force and also as a clarifying, purifying agent. Remember, purification, destruction, organization. These are the qualities of Shambhala. I've asked myself this question many times. I've asked this to my students. I've resolved it in one way by saying, well, look, we are working through a dual curriculum. We're working through the curriculum of the soul and the curriculum of the monad. We're working through love, and we're trying to understand what will is. If we can get these two together, love and will, then humanity perhaps can make up for the great retardation it experienced on the moon chain. The Shambhala energy is therefore that which is related to the livingness through consciousness and form of humanity. So this is maybe a hint of that plus of which he spoke. Okay, this is what the Shambhala is related to livingness. And certainly in the age of Uranus, in the age of the seventh ray, coming up in the age of vitalizing Aquarius, this livingness is an important factor and will characterize consciousness and form and the motivation behind consciousness and form. We need not consider its relation to the rest of the manifested world. Of course, Shambhala has that relation. It concerns the establishing of right human relations, and it is that condition of being which eventually negates the power of death. Now that is interesting. The Shambhala energy, the livingness of the Shambhala energy leads to right human relations, which negates the power of death. This is deep material here. A condition of being which eventually negates the power of death. The Shambhala energy is therefore that which is related to the livingness through consciousness and form of humanity. We don't have to consider how it relates to the other parts of the manifested world. It concerns the establishing of right human relations. The theme of Shambhala is said to be that of, at this time, of right human relations. So, Shambhalic theme is now the production of right human relations. And that condition, it concerns the establishing of right human relations, and that condition of being which eventually negates the power of death. Even Pluto, the planet of death, can help lead to that condition of being which negates the power of death. So we're talking about the Shambhala energy. That's another great compilation, and there's just no time to do it all in this incarnation, but that would be an important one. It is therefore incentive and not impulse. It's the reason why we do something. We're not just driven to do it, made to do it without our will. No. It gives us the vision and the sense of what realization may come. It is realized purpose and not the expression of desire. So now we're getting into some nitty-gritty here, which is important. Let's just say, let's just say here, the Shambhala energy is, and we get that. It is therefore incentive and not impulse. It is realized purpose, because purpose will be found on the higher two divine planes, which are the highest two planes of Shambhala. It is realized purpose and not the expression of desire, and here comes the statement: desire works from and through the material form upwards, will works downward into form, bending form consciously to divine purpose. The one is invocative and the other is evocative. Desire, when masked and focused, can invoke will. Will, when evoked, ends desire and becomes immanent within the individual and the group. Propulsive, driving force, stabilizing, clarifying, and finally destroying. It is much more than this, but that is all that a man can grasp at this time, and all for which he has as yet the mechanism of comprehension. Okay, so let's, what I'd like to do is single this paragraph out. It is so important. And I'll put it in, red. Desire works from and through the material form upwards, unless it's low desire, or horizontal desire, but generally one desires higher things. If one is at all trained, will works downward into form, bending form consciously to divine purpose. We have that purpose inherent within us, and from our very center the will comes forth. So close his will to the nature of being. The one is invocative and the other is evocative. Desire, when masked and focused, can invoke. Will, call upon it, and will can respond. It will be evoked, and it ends desire and becomes immanent, that is, within. It takes its place within the invoking agency, and then it makes some big changes. It is propulsive. It becomes an immanent propulsive, driving forward through space, the first ray type of motion. Driving force, stabilizing, clarifying, and finally destroying. Destroying all that lies in its way, destroying all bondage to lesser adhesions, we might say. It is much more than this, but this is all that man can what? At present can grasp at this time, and all for which he has as yet the mechanism. It is this will aroused by invocation which must be focused in the light of the soul and dedicated to the purposes of light, because, the will descend from our higher willing agencies within our energy system into the soul and produces sacrificial will within the soul, and for the purpose of establishing right human relations. That will becomes dedicated to the establishing of right human relations and to the purposes of light, and it must be used in love to destroy all that is hindering the free flow of human life. So it helps to reestablish the divine circulatory flow, and which is bringing death, spiritual and real, to humanity. The will must be invoked and evoked. Well, he goes a pretty long way here towards saying some important ideas about will. And maybe we will stop for a little while here, and I'll see whether anything more is possible today. There are the end of 4 hours, so it's 3:32 to to what? To 3:45. So we've got 13 pages roughly so far. And if we stick to this idea of doing a 5-hour program, then I'll have to come back for another hour. I'm not sure I can. But we're learning that some of the very fundamental sentences about the will are found in this book. And the way it works from below, from within the material form and upward, assuming it's high desire, and will works downward into form. It's very Vulcan, the downward pointing arrow, bending form, very Vulcan, consciously to divine purpose. And purpose is expressed through a geometrical archetype on the higher 2 planes of the systemic, of the cosmic physical plane. Desire is invocative and will is evocative. We call, desire calls, and will responds and infallibly invokes or evokes that which it contacts. So one is invocative, and I'll just say, Mars, and the other is evocative, and let's just call it Vulcan. There's a big battle between Mars and Vulcan. Vulcan is veiled by the moon, and it takes place at the 3rd initiation, and it's going to be that battle, which is resolved to some extent at the 3rd degree, a battle between desire and will. Now, at the 2nd degree, Mars is also involved in terms of the power of desire, and Vulcan is involved trying to impress the will of the soul upon the astral body. But it really comes to a climax more at the 3rd degree. So this is the end of 4 hours and 7 minutes. Okay, and 3:32 to 3:45. Okay. Okay, everybody. Now, this will be the 5th hour, beginning the 5th hour, and I think that's really as far as I can take it and still be safe. One day maybe I'll try 6, see how it goes. I may have done that in the past, and I have some kind of recollection that long ago I actually tried 7 at once, but I can't trust my memory on that. So we're dealing with the will. And a little segue here. It is this will which must arouse by invocation, which must be focused in the light of the soul and dedicated to the purposes of light, and for the purpose of establishing right human relations. It must be used in love, to destroy all that is hindering the free flow of human life and which is bringing death, spiritual and real, to humanity. This will must be invoked, and hopefully the response comes evoked. So now I think we can go on where we left off. There are two great handicaps to the free expression of the will force in its true nature. One is sensitivity. Let's see if I can put that in. One is sensitivity of the lower nature to its impact and its consequent prostitution to selfish ends, as is the case of the sensitive negative German people and its use by the Axis nations for material objective. And I would just say here, remember Pisces as the personality ruler of Germany. The second, so I'll put that in, is the blocking, hindering, muddled, but masked opposition of the well-meaning people of the world who talk vaguely and beautifully about love, but refuse to consider the techniques of the will of God in operation. According to them, that will is something with which they will personally have naught to do. They refuse to recognize that God works out his will through men, just as he is ever seeking to express his love through men. They will not believe that the will could possibly express itself through the destruction of evil, with all the material consequences of that evil. They cannot believe that a God of love could possibly employ the first divine aspect to destroy the forms which are obstructing the free play of the divine spirit. That will must not infringe upon their interpretation of love. Such people are individually of small moment and of no importance, but their masked negativity is a real detriment to the ending of this war, just as the masked negativity of the German people and their inability to take right action when Hitler's purposes were disclosed made possible the great inflow of ancient and focused evil which has brought catastrophe to man. Such people are like a millstone around the neck of humanity, crippling true effort, murmuring, "Let us love God and each other," but doing nothing but murmur prayers and platitudes whilst humanity is dying. Well, that's another tremendous indictment. I'm going to put that all together. It is a great obstacle. So obstacle, let's see here. So the first one is the sensitivity to the impact, and it can be used for material objectives. All right. And the second one is the masked opposition of well-meaning people who do not see the implications of what they are preserving and what they are hindering. They do not understand that they are promoting in some way the death of humanity. So the problems are, number one, sensitivity and blockage by the well-meaning. All right, let's spell that correctly. And this too, sensitivity. All right. So these are how DK looks at two great handicaps to the free expression of will force in its true nature. Okay. Now, you can easily appreciate the fact that the evocation of the energy of the will and its effect upon the unprepared, materialistically minded person and would prove, might and would prove a disaster. Well, the impact came upon the evil seven, did it not? And they were very materialistically minded, and indeed it proved a disaster. But also, people of lesser caliber, it would still prove a disaster. It would simply serve to focus and strengthen the lower self-will, which is the name we give to realized and determined desire. It could then create such a driving force directed to selfish ends that the person might become a monster of wickedness. In the history of the race, one or two advanced personalities have done this with dire results, both to themselves and to the people of their time. One such figure in ancient times was Nero. The modern example is Hitler. What, however, has made the latter so dangerously an enemy of the human family is that during the last 2,000 years, mankind has advanced to a point where it can also be responsive to certain aspects of this first ray force. Hitler therefore found associates and cooperators who added their receptivity to his, so that an entire group became the responsive agents of the destructive energy expressing itself in its lowest aspect. This is what has enabled them to work ruthlessly, powerfully, selfishly, cruelly, and successfully at the destruction of all that attempted to impede their projects or desires. So, this is the first inhibition to the right use of the will, that it can be received by the, in this case, the advanced, though materialistically minded individual. And we see the power of the group, do we not? Nero was less effective because he did not find collaborators. He was considered to be by so many a lone madman. But Hitler, though a madman, was surrounded by others who reinforced his obsessions. Okay. It begins, you can easily appreciate the fact that the evocation of the energy of will and its effects upon the unprepared, materialistically minded person might and would prove a disaster. And then he consults history, and there have been many, many. Maybe, Attila was one, and Ivan the Terrible, and I think there was more to Genghis Khan than this kind of response. There was something of value in his vision. All right, now, there is only one way in which this focused evil will, which is responsive to the Shambhala force, can be overcome, and that is by the opposition of an equally focused spiritual will displayed by responsive men and women of goodwill who can train themselves to be sensitive to this new type of incoming energy and can learn to invoke and evoke it. It's kind of fighting fire with fire. which I think even the modern firefighters do. So there's only one way in which this focused evil will can be overcome, and that is by the opposition of the spiritual will. If we can know actually what it is, and the people who can receive it and wield it can be found. Apparently, they were found in sufficient numbers within the United Nations, within the Allies, to overcome this negative response to the Shambhala force. You can consequently see why there was more than a casual use of a current word in my mind when I talk to all of you in terms of goodwill and will to good. At the time I had, at all the time, I had in my thoughts not just kindness and good intention, but the focused will to good which can and must evoke the Shambhala energy and use it for the arresting of the forces of evil. Well, we're still faced with that today, but the principled people of the world can arise and must arise and put to shame those who use the Shambhala force for selfish material purposes. So, the focused will to good. All the time I had in my thoughts not just kindness and good intention, but the focused will to good, which can and must evoke the Shambhala energy and use it for the arresting of the forces of evil. It was a serious moment. There will be other serious moments. Well, okay, here we are now. Let's see, this was, the last one was April 1942. Now we are in May 1942, and remember what he said about June 1942, that a decision had to be made which would be determining for humanity, possibly for centuries to come. Okay. We have now reached the most important moment of the year. This is going to be the Wesak, I think. This year, two such moments are brought together, reinforcing each other, the full moon of May and the full moon of June. One, the Buddha's festival, and one, the Christ's festival. I would have you bear in mind that time and energy are interchangeable terms upon the inner planes. That is interesting. Well, we can say we human beings have the idea that time and money are interchangeable, and we have the idea that money is condensed energy, crystallized energy. So I think we can make something out of this. The appearance of energy as an objectification of the absolute deity signals the beginning of time in the universal sense. Time is an event, and an event is a focused expression of force of some type or kind. This is interesting and very philosophical. Yes, I call the smallest such event in a universe the UPE, the ultimate particle event. As long as there are discrete expressions of energy, there will be time. Within the absolute itself, the condition of timelessness prevails. I do believe there can be nothing but the absolute homogeneity, and if there is only the absolute homogeneity, nothing moves, and if nothing moves, there are no events, and if there are no events, there is no time. And yet it is a paradox, because that state of absoluteness endures, well, maybe it endures forever on its own plane, but it is interrupted by the illusion of the universe. The universe, because it is an event, is an extraction from the absolute and becomes temporal. It's a marker of time. The great breath is for us, the ultimate marker of time. So it's strange that we will have in this sequence time, no time, time, no time, without being able to say which began this series. So I think there's some, very paradoxical possibilities associated with time and timelessness. When there is no time and the universe is all, well, the absolute is all and all, can that condition of all and all in allness continue forever as something that never started and never would end, despite the fact that there is an arising from the absolute, a myovic display, which we call the universe and the great breath. In one sense, everything is illusion except absoluteness, and any arising is a partiality, and any arising is really an event, and events arise within the continuum of time. Once there is a beginning of anything, time has begun again. Well, there's much to think about there, but we're much closer to practical things when we consider the full moon of May 1942 and the full moon of June 1942, the one at which a great decision would be made. It's the solstice, the Cancer solstice. I guess going back for a moment, as you know, once you get into the subject, it's hard to leave it. Time, though actual in the myovic sense, is an illusion. Only, this is how I see it anyway, only absoluteness, which is the ever-existing, uncaused, non-terminable substance, that which is irreducible, only that is not derivative. It's not derivative from anything. It simply always was, and everything else is derivative. And if something is derivative, number enters. And when number enters, time enters. But the dissolution of the illusion comes periodically. And the only question is, does the absoluteness remain undisturbed despite the parallel presence of number when it is no number, or of time when it is no time, or of thing when it is no thing? Well, I wonder whether any derivative being can answer that. I wonder if a universal logos can answer that because of its infinitesimal nature when compared with that which goes on in the pre-universal, post-prolaic worlds. Well, it's with 10 trillion things, what can we say? It's beyond us to know. But okay, two great streams of energy, one focused through the Buddha and the other focused through the Christ, are to be fused and blended, and it is the task of the world disciples, the initiates, and the accepted disciples to precipitate this combined energy onto the waiting world where its effective use will be largely dependent on the sensitive response of world aspirants. So maybe this is a different kind of occurrence than is usually the case because there's a blending of the two energies. Now, in the Festival of the Christ and Festival of Humanity, both are present, the presence of the Buddha and the presence of the Christ, and both are present at Wesak. The Buddha's sermon is enunciated every Festival of the Christ, and the Buddha himself is present at the Wesak festival. They really are cooperators in the deepest sense, but we wonder here, is this a time when something unusual is happening, since it is the pivot point of a choice which will determine the future of humanity? Okay, so I'm kind of making this stand out a little bit. Two great streams of energy. Well, I think I have to do this too, don't I? Otherwise, we won't know what's being fused and blended. Two great streams of energy, one focused through the Buddha and the other focused through the Christ. And these would be, I suppose, shambolic energies, are to be fused and blended, and it is the task of world disciples. Now, by that, do we mean minimally initiates of the third degree, or do we mean simply disciples in the world? The initiates and the accepted disciples, he seems to be descending. So these are receiving stations, initiates of the third degree, maybe of the second and first, and also accepted disciples of the first degree. It's their task to precipitate this combined energy on the waiting world. And this will be largely dependent on the response of the world aspirants. Something unusual seems here to be planned. These world aspirants, yes, are to be found in every country, and their task is to react to a stream of directed energy. These are the points I would have you bear in mind as you endeavor to work through and in the ashram. In that ashram are to be found all types of disciples with all types and degrees of responsiveness. Remember the blue circle and how it even includes within the ranks of hierarchy those who are simply aspirants, and only the non-aspiring human beings are left out of that picture, left out of that blue circle. Okay. These are the points I would have you bear in mind. Okay. As you endeavor to work through and in the ashram, and then all these different types of disciples are there, and the people to whom he's speaking are, either that group of 24 or the headquarters groups, and pretty much they are found within the group of 24. There is an increasing emphasis being given in the West by esotericists to the full moon of May, which is the festival of the Buddha, and is held at the time he makes his annual contact with humanity. And I believe that this is not the sidereal full moon, but the tropical. Okay. This emphasis, which will continue to increase for years to come, he's not told us how long. Remember, this is 1941, and, possibly we might judge from another reference that, in about 44 years from the time this was written, the Buddha's annual appearance might no longer take place, and something else involving the new group of world servers would take place. We don't know. This emphasis, which will continue to increase for years to come, has not been brought about in order to impose recognition of the Buddha on the Occident. There have been two main reasons why, since 1900, this effort has been made. Well, and what is the effort? So this effort get it straight. Effort is the increasing recognition of this festival in the West. That is the reason for it. Okay. So since 1900, which was 41 years before this was written, almost 42, there have been two main reasons why, since 1900, this effort to notify people of the Buddha's appearance in the Waisak Valley has been made. As the desire on the part of hierarchy to bring to the attention of the public the fact of the two avatars, the Buddha and the Christ, both upon the second ray of love wisdom, who were the first of our humanity to come forth as human divine avatars and to embody in themselves certain cosmic principles and give them form. So we might say, cosmic mind and cosmic love, with the Buddha representing mind and the Christ representing the love of the cosmic astral plane. It's so interesting. But anyway, as a notification, this is the idea, bring to the attention of the public, let's call it notification the fact of the two avatars, and who were the first of our humanity to come forth as human divine. In other words, they had cosmic contacts, which apparently, and what does he mean by our humanity? We have a humanity on the moon chain, and we have a humanity from the earth chain. And maybe if we think about humanity from the previous solar system, maybe it's not our humanity anymore. It's hard to know what he means by our humanity, because he probably doesn't mean only those who were individualized on the earth chain, because the Buddha was not. He was individualized either on the moon chain or perhaps in the previous solar system, because, well, the seeds of the previous solar system ripened in him. Now, that may be a hint that, in fact, he was individualized in the previous solar system. I don't know of any reference that confirms or denies that, except that statement about the seeds ripening in him. And I'll try to seeds, Buddha, maybe that would be enough. Okay, by its fusion with the ray of our solar system, the ray of love. So the Buddha embodied in himself the force and activity of the third ray, of the third aspect of divinity, the divine cosmic principle of intelligence. Okay, and that was very much the ray of the previous solar system. By its fusion with the ray of our solar system, the ray of love, he expressed perfectly the significance of light in matter, of the intelligence principle as found in form, and was the avatar, and here it is, who carried in himself the fully ripened seeds of the past solar system. So maybe that's a hint concerning his origin. Right, that is the quote that I wanted, and the Buddha and I think 9 others, excuse me, 9 others can put in 3 simultaneous appearances, and only those who are monads on the third ray can do so. Okay, so let's see what else here. The Buddha embodied the principle of light, and because of this illumination, humanity was enabled to recognize Christ, who embodied the still greater principle of love. This is really fascinating material, this kind of cooperation between the two of them. The Buddha of longer standing as an individualized being, but taking with the Christ the third initiation with which we are familiar in Atlantean days in a fourth ray ashram. So they seem to run parallel to each other quite closely, although the Buddha's home, from which it seems he does not venture forth frequently, is in Shambhala. And although the Christ can touch Shambhala, it seems that he ventures forth more and will actually arrive upon the densest level of our cosmic physical plane, whereas we do not expect that, at least I do not expect that of the Buddha, even though they will be cooperating in the age of Aquarius to assist us and assist humanity in general in making the grade and becoming the initiate of the first degree. in a wider sense, because when the Christ emerges into visibility, it will indicate that quite a few members of humanity have taken the first degree, and that humanity itself, in a certain sense, because it is much affected by those who have actually taken that degree, can be said to have taken that degree too, even though not all members have taken it. The point to be borne in mind is that light is substance, and the Buddha demonstrated the consummation of substance matter as the medium of light, and hence his title of the Illumined One. This is a very Taurian type of capability, and we have to try to fathom, what this really means. Light is substance. Matter of fact, the whole universe is light, and substance is a positional word or factor. It is always that which substands something more crude than itself. If light was to come forth and there was no further densification of light, then light would come forth, the substance would be matter. But if a densification occurs, then that which came forth as condensed light becomes substance. It stands within, behind, underneath something still more dense, which is material to it, and that material energy becomes substance if there is still a further densification. But in the Kabbalah, pretty well we see that light, substance, and matter are equivalent. The point to be borne in mind is that light is substance, and the Buddha demonstrated the consummation of substance matter as the medium of light, hence his title, the Illumined One. And, being a Taurus, of course, into the matter of Taurus, or from the matter of Taurus, the light can radiate. So from his vehicles came still stronger radiation of light, certainly much stronger than was possible for the average disciple of the average man. He is the light demonstrator, the Illumined One. Christ embodied the underlying energy of consciousness. We might call it, sensitivity. The one demonstrated the height of the attainment of the third aspect. That's the Buddha, and we want to say the BD, that's Buddhic. The Buddha touched the cosmic mental plane and was a third ray monad. Well, I'll have to do it this way. He was a third ray monad. Now, my theory is that everyone has a major and a minor monadic ray, just as the spiritual triad has a major ray and a minor ray, which is subject to change. So at least one of the rays of the Buddha, monadically considered, is the third ray. So Christ embodied the underlying energy of consciousness, and the one, the BDHA, goodness, I wonder why I can't find that. I'm sure I have the Buddha here. BDA, just BDA, that's it. Okay. The Buddha demonstrated the height of the attainment of the third aspect. The other, obviously, in this case, the Christ, with his second ray monad, that of the second aspect. And these two together present one perfect whole. Sometimes the Shankara and the Buddha are looked at as the two hemispheres of the brain, but in this case it's the Christ and the Buddha, presenting that kind of fusion which is so important on our planet, particularly the fusion of the second ray soul and third ray personality. And right now, a still greater fusion is in process. How it will occur, we don't know, but our second ray solar system, with its second ray personality, fusing with the energies of the previous third ray solar system with the third ray personality, though they would both have the same soul ray. Okay, so these two together present one perfect whole. Now, the second reason, okay, and we'll try to make that a little bigger. Okay, well, we have here the reason that the Wesak festival is being so emphasized in the West, and we can say that the Wesak festival was so emphasized in the West was to initiate, as I have earlier said, the theme of the New World religion. Okay, that is what we are looking forward to, and it will be indeed a kind of salvation for humanity as it emerges. This theme will eventually underlie all religious observances, color all approaches to the divine center of spiritual life, give the clue to all healing processes, and, using light scientifically, govern all techniques for bringing about conscious unity and relationship between man and his soul, and between man, humanity, and the hierarchy. So, emphasize to the initiate the theme of the New World religion, which cannot be only Christian or only Buddhist. It has to include the cooperation of both. So the theme is tremendously powerful, and will eventually underlie all religious observances, color all approaches to the divine center of spiritual life. What is that? Is it the soul of our solar logos? Is it something less? Is it something more? Give the clue to the healing processes, to avoid the frictions which cause disease, and using light scientifically govern all techniques for bringing about conscious unity and relationship between a man and his soul, and between humanity and the hierarchy. This is an astonishing paragraph showing the value of the New World religion. So the above paragraph shows the value of the New World religion. Okay. The first objective has been definitely reached. we might say, calling attention to the Wesak festival that has been reached. Okay, we should emphasize that. So many people in the West know about the Wesak festival now. So the first has been definitely reached today at the full moon of May, 1941, 1942 April, 1942 May. Many millions everywhere will be turning their thoughts towards the Buddha, seeking to come under his influence and blessing, and that of the hierarchy at his annual, though brief, return to bless humanity. 8 minutes. It is brief, but obviously Mercury is the guardian at the 8th gate. The 8th gate is Scorpio, and Mercury is associated with the number 8, the 8th sign and the number 8 of Mercury. So there's so much about this number 8 for the associated with the Buddha, and that he returns for 8 minutes a year cannot be accidental whatsoever. So this recognition will grow until the time in the not too distant future when his term of service will be over and he will return no more, because the coming avatar will take his place in the minds and thoughts of the peoples of the world. That's interesting. His task of reminding aspirants continuously of the possibility of illumination, and his work of keeping a channel open for the light to irradiate men's minds by piercing annually through light substance to the earth, is nearly completed. The time has nearly come when in that light we shall see light. So, is it the Christ who will take over the Buddha's function? That's the first time I've recalling reading this. Now, Mary Bailey thought, as I say, that was somehow 1981, when 35 years roughly from the time of the Wesak message of 1946. So it grows in power, but then in the not too distant future, the coming avatar, and is this the Christ? Now we know that the avatar of synthesis is also on his way, and that the planetary logos has taken up his position within the presence of that avatar, but the avatar seems like too great a being, more on the level and beyond of the planetary logos, to be involved in a direct communion with individual human beings. So this tells us some really important material, and we would not have wanted to miss it. The coming avatar will take his place, the lesser avatar. There's a greater coming avatar and a lesser coming avatar. The Christ, though great, is a lesser coming avatar. I'm going to read just a little bit more. This signals 5 hours in this series of programs. And his task, the Buddha's task, of reminding aspirants continuously of the possibility of illumination, and his work of keeping a channel open, because, there was a map given to some of the students in the early days, and it was showing the Antikarana as a figure 8. Now, 8 being the sort of number of Mercury, Mercury being the planet of the Antikarana, it all makes sense. So his task of keeping a channel open, maybe a figure 8 channel, for the light to irradiate men's minds by piercing annually through light substance to the earth, is nearly completed. The Buddha's task, he comes at great sacrifice, we've been told. It was very great, that task. The time has nearly come when in that light we shall see light, and it may be the light of the intuition. It is a greater light because the Buddha has kept the channel open. I would ask you to ponder on these two functions which the Buddha has performed. There is a third which, in collaboration with the Christ, he has made possible, and this is the establishment of a more easily achieved relation between hierarchy and Shambhala, facilitating the impress of the will of God upon the minds of men through the medium of the hierarchy. So let's see if we can remind ourselves of what the Buddha has done. The festival is now widely celebrated. So number 1, let's just say 1, the festival is widely celebrated. Whoop. Okay. And this recognition will grow until the avatar comes. And because of the coming avatar, will take his place in the minds and thoughts of the peoples of the world. So, it's the word his, to whom does it refer? But it appears to refer, because of the words nearly completed, to the Buddha, and in that light we shall see light. The Buddha is the Lord of illumination, and opens up a higher type of light. So he keeps the channel open. Now let's see if we okay, he reminds people of the possibility of illumination. Yes, so the task of reminding people of illumination, and that is task number 1. And let's 1, and his work in keeping the channel open for the light to irradiate men's minds by piercing through the substance, light substance, to the earth. That has not been so frequently described, but here it is described. And so this is number 2. 2 tasks. 2 tasks. Reminding of illumination, and 2 else, and that's number 1, and piercing through light substance to the earth. All right, so those are the 2 tasks. And I'll just, it's easy to get a little lost, so many things are being said, but those appear to be the two tasks. And there is a third task, which, and he's opening up easier access to Shambhala. And especially between the hierarchy and Shambhala. So, and that's exactly the kind of line or access that hierarchy is attempting to achieve. So the will of God then can impress the minds of men through the medium of the hierarchy, and we say part of the third task. This impress we interpret as yet in terms of the divine plan. This is expressing itself at present in the keen recognition by men everywhere of the need to establish right human relations, culminating in the objectives for which the United Nations are fighting. Okay, so this third kind of task, so let's say part of the third task, and we want to say that this third task is impressing and we interpret it as part of the divine plan. So it comes out as the recognition present in men everywhere, the keen recognition of the need to establish right human relations for which the United Nations, the allies, are fighting. These principles, let's say, principles of right human relations have been voiced for humanity by two great world disciples in terms of the four freedoms and the Atlantic Pact. Now, you know what? This seems, when the word world disciple is used, we have to question, does this mean a great disciple in the world, or is it the technical ranking of both Churchill and FDR as third degree disciples? Two great world disciples. And I'll just put it as a question. Does this mean that they are disciples of the third degree? We can't answer that immediately. They had liabilities and so forth, but they did lead humanity into freedom at that time. So, two great world disciples, and they expressed it in terms of the four freedoms, Roosevelt and the Atlantic Pact or Charter, I think both Churchill and Roosevelt. These four freedoms relate basically to the four aspects of the lower self, the quaternary. Okay, that's interesting. How does it go? Speech, worship, want, and fear. I think I went through that before. Speech is certainly the mind. Worship, the astral body. Want is physical again. And fear, it's astral, but maybe has to do with the entire personality. Enough light has been permitted to penetrate by the efforts of the Buddha to lead to a worldwide recognition of the desirability of these formulas, and there is enough love already in the world, released by the Christ, to make possible the working out of the formulas. So here we find these two great sons of God having made possible certain achievements in the field of humanity, powerful achievements in terms of the four freedoms, as much of the shambolic program as humanity can understand, and the 8 points of the Atlantic Pact or Charter. Rest back on that assurance and in full practice upon the physical plane demonstrate its truth. I said to make possible. Well, enough love exists, right? To make possible the working out of the formulas. I'm going to make that quite big because DK is emphasizing the point. I said to make possible for the working out lies in the hands of the new group of world servers and the men and women of goodwill. Will they prove adequate to the task? Will they brace themselves for the needed strenuous effort? Now we seem to be in a new kind of subject or discussion about the Buddha and the coming full moon, and so 5 hours and 11 minutes roughly have been spent here on these programs which are bound together. So it's page 349 and we began at 332. So I'll go back here and, do my best to find this. Okay. As a matter of fact, I think the best way to do it is this way. 342. This way. 342. Okay. And I think that is that may be the place. Maybe not. Maybe not. I think 349. It's 332. Right. Sorry. 332. 4 hours and 8 minutes. And I think we're going to do what we can to stop this hunting around. Yes, I don't like to keep you waiting while I'm looking for this arcane method of organization that I've used, but I found it, and we've gone from page 332 to 349. Today is the 1st of March, and now we'll go down to 349, and hopefully doing it easily. Never as easily as I like. So that's where we are, 349, and this is the place where we will put this in. It's the end of program 35. And we have gone from 332 to 349, and the day is the 1st of March, 2019. And that's about 17 pages. And soon we will begin number 36. Maybe it'll be less hours, I don't know. And we'll begin on page 349 and go to some point, and it will be on the XX of March, unless time goes backwards. Well, friends, the Tibetan is a brilliant teacher. Alice Bailey was a brilliant receptionist, receiver, amanuensis. Their work is voluminous. It has been available in its entirety since the early 1960s. It still had to be, processed into book form. And now we have the entirety of it. And more is to come. So, as I've said, if we can reserve time for what is the most important, one of the things that will be most important is to assimilate this material and have it form the basis of our service in the world. And that goes for all the books. We have to make a synthesis of what has been said. Now, no complete synthesis is possible to us, but ever expanding ranges of inclusion are possible. And it's up to us to decide whether we will do that or whether we'll just kind of wait for things to happen. There are a number of books that I hope to go over. Letters on Occult Meditation would be one, and maybe Telepathy and the Etheric Vehicle. And in our broadcasts, Tuya and I we are rereading The Destiny of the Nations and Glamour, A World Problem. So something from there should be available. The Rays and the Initiations is done. A Treatise on Cosmic Fire is done. A Treatise on White Magic is done. Some partially written in type and others worked on through video. There are quite a number of sections of old commentary that have been done, many of them found in Esoteric Psychology, Volume 2. It's difficult to know how much can be completed. You just never know. Any moment could be your last moment. But so far, the intention is to create these study materials which hopefully carry a little inspiration also to bring us into an assimilative mode as we await the coming forward of the third installment. Probably already, I wouldn't be surprised if plans are not in motion for that already. Who knows whether an amanuensis has been chosen. It will be, I think, a very demanding task, and for quite a few of us, it will be more germane in our next incarnation than in this one. But we know that it is necessary, and the number 3 completes the bridging treatises towards the new age. So we have to do everything we can to create a synthesis of understanding prior to the work with the new material. In that way, we will not be lost, and we will have some kind of really strong foundation also to help us recognize what may be the new teaching, because, as you know, many are the well-meaning imitators, often deceiving themselves when their own subconscious mind is speaking. It happens all the time. As what does he say? 96% of the channeled material is coming from the well-meaning or from the subconscious of the channeler. The actual material from the master is very, very small, and then the Eastern student is more likely to receive it than the Western. So it's a warning that humility is the right attitude to possess. So, okay, next time, whenever that is, I'll take up what the Buddha himself will do at the coming full moon, because it's 1942. A decision has to be made. It will be a determining decision. Hierarchy thought that maybe humanity did not make the right decision, and hierarchy expected the defeat of humanity, which did not happen for reasons which are explained, I think, particularly in this book. So on we go, and study hard and meditate deeply, and serve as well as you can, and lots of love and many blessings, and we'll see you soon, huh? Okay. Bye-bye.